advertise. That's 560theanswer.com/advertise.
News, opinion, insight. This is AM 560, The Answer. WIND, Chicago. Streaming at 560theanswer.com on the AM 560 mobile app, or tell your smart speaker to play The Answer Chicago.
It's only been 18 hours. I'm Chris Foster, Fox News, and President Trump's already torn up a lot of former President Biden's agenda, signing dozens of executive orders meant to be legally binding and executive actions, which are more of a let's get this done wish list.
President Trump took part in an indoor parade at the Capital One Arena in D.C., then signed orders to start his second term, among them directing his cabinet
to marshal every power at their disposal to defeat inflation and rapidly bring down the cost of daily life.
He also said he'd act on the global stage, affecting America's climate change stance.
I'm immediately withdrawing from the unfair, one-sided Paris Climate Accord ripoff.
President Trump says he plans to sign other actions and orders that Americans will be talking about as his administration ramps up. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
And the president signed several actions related to immigration and border security, put a shutdown on the TikTok social media app, put that shutdown on hold, and pardoned everyone convicted with crimes related to the 2021 Capitol riot.
So this is January 6th. These are the hostages. Approximately 1,500 for a pardon. Yes. Full pardon.
That includes the former leader of the right-wing Proud Boys group, sentenced to 22 years in prison, and several people convicted of assaulting police officers that day. There are winter weather alerts from Texas to South Carolina. Schools and airports are closed in Houston. Mayor John Whitmire.
Let's collaborate. Let's look out for our families, our neighbors, the homeless, our pets. We're prepared, and that's I want to emphasize that. But we can't let up at this point.
State offices are closed in Louisiana and parts of Georgia today. Ohio State wins the college football national championship, beating Notre Dame 34-23. America's listening to Fox News.
Five below zero with a wind chill that feels like about 19 below. At 5:02 on AM 560, The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. Northern Illinois continues in the deep freeze, but it's not just us. Wisconsin in that deep freeze, much of the northern chunk of the country, and West Michigan. Good morning. You've been plastered by lake effect snow. Schools are closed throughout the region, plenty of the Midwest. They're either switching to e-learning or are closing because of the extreme cold and, in some cases, snow. So make sure you check your phone or email for alerts or your school's website for updated information on closures, and plenty of schools that are e-learning today. Chicago warming centers are also open today as the city deals with frigid temperatures. Local shelters include the Inglewood Community Center on West 79th in the city, the Garfield Community Service Center, and the King Community Service Center on South Cottage Grove. Several more warming centers are open throughout the suburbs. Protesters in Chicago tried to make their voices heard as President Donald Trump began his second term in office. Hundreds rallied yesterday in Federal Plaza.
If Trump's rhetoric is anything to go by, he intends to double down to inflict further misery on us. But at the same time, we're not afraid. It just means we have to fight back harder.
Chicago Police Department responding to questions about President Donald Trump's plan to deport criminal migrants. CPD releasing a statement saying they are banned by the city's welcoming city ordinance from participating in civil immigration enforcement operations or assisting in the civil enforcement of federal immigration law. Meantime, Donald Trump granted pardons to roughly 1,500 people who were convicted in the January 6 rioting. That includes more than 50 people from Illinois accused of rioting and other actions at the Capitol. Trump had pledged clemency for the convicted rioters. Governor Pritzker released a statement saying he believes the president's executive order to strip birthright citizenship from people born in this country is unconstitutional. The daughter-in-law of President Trump is scheduled to appear at a fundraiser next month in the northern suburbs. Lara Trump will speak at an event February 21 in McHenry County. Police in northwest Indiana are investigating after a son allegedly gunned down his father to try and protect his mother during an altercation between the mom and dad. The incident happened Saturday night in East Chicago. Judge John Robert Blakey is scheduled this morning to review jury instructions with attorneys at the corruption trial of former Illinois House Speaker Michael Madigan. Here's AM 560's Jim Talamonte.
Judge John Robert Blakey planned to work on instructions over the weekend before meeting with the parties and their attorneys on Tuesday. Madigan's defense team asked for the jury to be instructed about political patronage.
That's a big heart of the defense of, hey, this is how politics works, this is how it's always works, and, there's nothing to see here, there's nothing unlawful here.
Tara Lee Davis, assistant professor of public law and political science at Bradley University, said jurors will have a long list of items to consider.
I think the last time I saw it was over 100 pages of instruction, and that's just a lot. That is a lot.
Closing arguments are set to begin Wednesday at the Dirksen U.S. Courthouse in Chicago. I'm Jim Talamonte.
With the U.S. Congress in Republican control and a new Trump administration in power, the possibility of a national concealed carry reciprocity law is increasing. Some are speculating now that it may impact Illinois. Here's AM 560's Greg Bishop.
U.S. Law Shield's Kirk Evans said national concealed carry reciprocity would be similar to how states recognize driver's licenses from other states.
But the general concept is if you got a concealed carry permit in, say, Virginia, then Illinois is going to be required to recognize that permit.
With Illinois' firearms regulations among the most strict in the nation, Evans expects some to be kicking and screaming if national reciprocity is enacted.
The better news for Illinois is while you have to recognize that permit, you can still regulate the how, where, and why of carrying.
Bills filed in the U.S. House and Senate have been endorsed by the National Rifle Association, U.S. Concealed Carry Association, and several other gun rights groups. I'm Greg Bishop.
Authorities are investigating after an explosion significantly damaged a home Monday afternoon in Bolingbrook. Bolingbrook Fire saying around 4:45, a person inside of a home in the 100 block of Oxford Drive reported hearing an explosion, followed by a fire that caused significant damage. At 5:07, the Bears apparently have their new head coach. Team is finalizing a deal to give Ben Johnson the job. The former Lions offensive coordinator takes over for Matt Eberflus, who was fired midseason, reportedly bringing in former New Orleans head coach Dennis Allen as his defensive coordinator. Johnson is the first Detroit Lions assistant to be hired as a head coach in the NFL since defensive coordinator Don Shula was hired as the Baltimore Colts head coach in January of 1963. Bulls had a dominant third quarter in a 112-99 win over the LA Clippers. Blackhawks failed to hold a one-goal lead in a 4-3 overtime loss to Carolina. Fighting Illini jumped 3 spots to number 17 in yesterday's college basketball poll. The Illini host Maryland on Thursday. Also tonight, DePaul will host Creighton. Bradley is at Belmont, and Northern Illinois will visit Western Michigan. 5:08, we'll have a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
It's a new year, and any day now, you'll see that credit card bill for all the Christmas shopping you did. It sure would be nice to start the new year with some new cash, wouldn't it? Well, AM 560 wants to make that happen by giving you the chance to win $2,025 to start 2025. Enter for your chance to win at 560theanswer.com/cash. That's 560theanswer.com/cash.
Balance of Nature's supplements, changing the world, one life at a time.
I'm 80 years old, I'm a veteran, and the reds and the greens, I really appreciate the vegan capsules from Balance of Nature. So I can definitely tell you it's all 100% positive. It really, really works.
I love the fiber and spice. I'm getting started back on the fruits and vegetables, but the fiber and spice, it's the best fiber I've ever taken in the last 20 years.
It's the best gift I've ever given myself. I just feel better. I swear it's due to Balance of Nature.
I am really, really happy with the product and couldn't say more to advise people to buy them.
Start your journey with Balance of Nature supplements. Go to balanceofnature.com and get 35% off your first preferred set with free shipping as a new preferred customer by using discount code CHICAGO.
You said bye-bye to big government. Now it's time to trim the fat from big wireless. Pure Talk gives you the exact same service. They use the same cell towers, the same 5G network. You get better customer service, and you pay half the price for the exact same thing. Get unlimited talk, text, 15 gigs of data with mobile hotspot for just $35 a month. Make the switch. You simply dial pound 250, say the keyword, save now, save an additional 50% off your first month. Pure Talk, America's wireless company.
The new year means new health goals, not just for your body, but your finances too. Your personal info is in so many places that are outside of your control. It only takes one mistake, and not even your mistake, to expose you to identity theft and lost funds. If your identity's stolen, LifeLock's restoration specialist will fix it, guaranteed, or your subscription money back, and resolve to make identity, health, and wealth part of your New Year's goals with LifeLock. Visit LifeLock.com and save up to 40% off your first year with promo code CLAY. Terms apply.
5:11. Let's get an update on the roads. Team Hochberg Traffic Center Time is a service of Audible. Why not tap into your well-being with Audible audiobooks, podcasts, and originals? Start listening free with a 30-day trial on better health, relationships, and finance at audible.com. Johnsburg this morning, McHenry County, Route 31 or Richmond Road if you're in McHenry County, shut down between Johnsburg Road and Barnard Mill Road. Serious structure fire there being dealt with by fire equipment this morning. It's got to be a chilly scene, and the fire there has shut down Route 31 in Johnsburg this morning. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy starts next. Now your official Chicagoland weather forecast. Here's AccuWeather's Steve Williams.
A cold weather advisory in effect this morning. Sun, bitter cold day today, the high only 4. Make sure you dress warm. For tonight, clouds, bitter cold night, low 2. For tomorrow, clouds and breezy cold. Few flurries, high tomorrow at 26. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560, The Answer.
5 below at O'Hare, 3 below at Midway, 7 below in Aurora, 4 below with a bit of light snow up in Waukegan this morning, and 2 below along Chicago's lakefront. Your next news update comes your way at 5:30. Chicago's Morning Answer starts next on AM 560, The Answer.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-965-1433. 800-965-1433. 800-965-1433.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
What's that juice you're drinking?
That's my New Year's resolution.
Your New Year's resolution is to drink juice?
Well, it's to lower my blood pressure by drinking 120 Life.
Oh, yeah, 120 Life. I think I've heard about that. It's the natural way to help control blood pressure.
Yep, without the side effects of medication. It's formulated with a blend of superfruit juices, endorsed by thousands of health professionals, and it tastes great.
Huh. So you just drink 120 Life?
And watch my blood pressure numbers drop.
Well, that's an easy New Year's resolution to keep.
Try 120 Life yourself risk-free with a 2-week trial pack. They're so sure 120 Life can noticeably lower your blood pressure in 2 weeks, they'll give your money back if you're not satisfied. Order now. Go to 120life.com and use coupon code NEWYEAR to save 15%. Yes, start enjoying 120 Life for a new year with new lower blood pressure. Order now to save 15%. That's 120life.com. Use coupon code NEWYEAR at checkout.
At Catholic Cemeteries of Chicago, we honor traditions, celebrate faith, and cherish memories. Take an active role in establishing your legacy for future generations by pre-planning your final arrangements today. Alleviate your loved ones of future financial burden. Lock in today's prices and take advantage of interest-free financing and no hidden fees. Visit CatholicCemeteriesChicago.org or call 708-236-5490 to schedule a free consultation today.
Is your child getting the personalized attention they need to excel in math? Mathnasium has a solution for students of all skill levels. Each child's strengths and weaknesses, creating a customized learning plan. If you have kids in school, you're probably starting to see how they're doing in math. Could it be better? Consider an individual assessment with Mathnasium. They'll pinpoint what your child needs to excel, then give them live, face-to-face instruction, either in-center or online, so they can catch up and get ahead. At Mathnasium, math is taught in a way that makes sense to students, so they understand it, master it, and enjoy it. Over 1 million parents have already trusted Mathnasium to give their children an edge in math. The Mathnasium method gives them the critical thinking skills they need to thrive, with the option to attend face-to-face online sessions or come to one of our 1,000 neighborhood learning centers. Mathnasium is changing lives through math. Learn more at mathnasium.com. That's mathnasium.com.
Are you looking for fair news coverage out of the nation's capital? Join the Center Square's Editor-in-Chief Dan McCaleb and DC Bureau Chief Casey Harper as they discuss all things coming out of Washington, D.C.
And as you said, I did a fact check on this because I really found it pretty misleading. Gas prices, yes, are down. But if you look at food prices, they increased.
No spin, just the news. Listen to the America in Focus podcast at americastalking.com or wherever you get your podcast.
Chicagoland certified financial planning professional Tim Stearns discusses taxes in retirement.
Most people are paying more in taxes and keeping less of their money to live and do what they enjoy. That's why we've put out the retirement tax bill calculator online. You can see with your own eyes just how much you might be overpaying. It's a valuable tool, $500 value, but we made it free for you to view and run your own numbers at MVPCFP.com. That's MVPCFP.com.
To run your retirement tax bill calculator, go to MVPCFP.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Cornerstone Securities, LLC.
Jeff Tischlar, author of High Tech versus the Highest Tech, has shared his knowledge of the spectacular things that we see in nature, as opposed to what man has created, and how this should inform one's faith. Jeff served on the mission field all over the world and has created this highly illustrated and concisely written technical book. The easy-to-read format is understood from the youngest reader to the most intelligent and mature readers. Google and Amazon book reviews include, "This is the best little book I have ever read. It is amazing how much information is in this book." And a beautifully written and illustrated book. The author has a gift for describing complicated technical details in a very understandable style. This book is available now in paperback on Amazon. Search High Tech versus the Highest Tech by Jeff Tischlar. 100% of proceeds go to missions. That's High Tech vs. the Highest Tech by Jeff Tischlar.
Hi, this is Carl Amari.
I'm Lisa Wolf. Join us every Saturday night beginning at 8 p.m. for all things entertainment on Hollywood 360.
If you love classic radio shows, The Shadow, Jack Benny, The Lone Ranger, Dragnet, Gunsmoke, and many more, we have them for you on Hollywood 360.
We'll also present trivia contests with prizes, showbiz news, celebrity interviews, games, and movie reviews.
So don't miss Hollywood 360 every Saturday night beginning at 8 p.m. on AM 560, The Answer.
Papa Nicholas Coffee, a Chicagoland tradition for over 5 generations, combines heritage and innovation in every cup. Our coffee is locally roasted, hot air roasted, and cold blended in small batches to ensure premium quality. Whether you prefer a 12-ounce bag or a 28-ounce bag, bag, or even the convenience of K-Cups, you'll find Papa Nicholas Coffee at your local retailer. Taste the difference that 5 generations of expertise brings. Choose Papa Nicholas Coffee, because great coffee is our family tradition. Visit online at papanicholas.com. That's papanicholas.com.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios.
Portions of the following show may be pre-recorded.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. Wow, 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 wow. What a day yesterday was. I would say it lived up to advanced billing, both in terms of the inaugural festivities and what came after the substantive actions taken on day one by President, again, Trump. 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line and text line. This was the motif of the day.
The golden age of America begins right now.
Indeed it did in pertinent part. And if you missed the inaugural address, get your reaction to it. But if you didn't, if you did, you got the Reader's Digest version during the halftime of the Notre Dame-Ohio State game.
Through our power and might, we will stop wars and we will lead the world to peace. We will be respected again and we will be admired again, admired like we haven't been in many, many years. We'll put America first, and by doing so, we're going to make America great again. In less than 3 months since the election, you have already seen it happening. You can feel the excitement, and you can see the confidence and spirit returning to our nation. Together, we're going to lead our country to glorious new heights. The golden age of America has just begun.
There it is, that golden age again, taking your calls, getting your reaction to the festivities before we have to get into some of the uglier matters that developed in the lead up to the inauguration. We talked a bit about yesterday with John Cass, but once we went off the air, more 11th hour and 59th minute pardons from the outgoing president came, so we have to discuss that as well, of course.
I know. I don't even know where to start. My head's spinning. That was just constant. Executive orders here, the J6, all 1,500 have been pardoned. And then, last night, of course, I'm into the fashion and the pageantry and the, it's our version of the royal family when they're switching powers. And did Jill hug Melania and all of that stuff, but and all the balls that they went to last night. And then I think he's up now already on Truth Social. The man doesn't sleep. It's going to be 4 years, I think, of a whirlwind of just getting things done. 312-642-5600 is our turnkey.pro answer line. You could also reach us on our text line.
Bob in Buffalo Grove, who was one of the attendees to our little inaugural brunch yesterday at Saddle Up in Aurora, which was a fun time. Bob?
Yeah, great to meet you, Dan. It was great to be at your table. And after the inaugural, got in my car, turned on the radio, and started hearing more. Got home, and all night long I'm watching all the pageantry and stuff. The one thing that got me was Trump holding an informal even press conference. And I think it was Steve Ducey. Or no, was it Peter? I get the two.
Peter Ducey.
Peter Ducey. Yeah. Oh, in the Oval Office, yes.
He's at the Resolute table, and he says, "Did you get your letter?" And he says, "What are you talking about?" He says, "Open up your drawer." And Trump opens the drawer up and finds Biden's letter. I'm curious what's actually in there. But it was interesting with the informal press conference. Biden would have never sat down for 40 minutes talking with the reporters and all the other stuff that happened afterwards. And then for you, Amy, hopefully you saw how Melania looked.
Oh, yes.
Unbelievable. Class.
I know.
Thanks for the
call,
call,
What did you think
Bob.
of her gangster outfit?
You must have me confused with Melissa Rivers. The letter that Bob was referring to said, from Joe Biden to President Trump, said, "I would have beat you, P.S. Corn Pops as high." That's what I understand the letter says. George in Naperville.
Yes, Dan, it was great to see Trump large and in charge. What didn't kill him made him stronger and smarter.
Well, thanks for the call, George. That's because he is a man on a mission. He was saved by God for a very specific reason, he told us.
Those who wish to stop our cause have tried to take my freedom and indeed to take my life. Just a few months ago in a beautiful Pennsylvania field, an assassin's bullet ripped through my ear. But I felt then, and believe even more so now, that my life was saved for a reason. I was saved by God to make America great again.
Yeah, that was a moment. And really, it was a speech that was imbued with optimism, but you couldn't mistake. You could not mistake that Trump was polite, but unmistakable in his denunciation of those ruling class dynasts that were sitting just off to his left. Yep. I mean, to deliver what he delivered about the last 4 years, and frankly, with his presidency being the exception, the last couple of decades, and how this is going to represent a clean break from the Biden, Obama, George W. years. I mean, it was unmistakable, and it was enjoyable that they had to sit there and maintain a stiff upper lip and take it, because that was a stinging, ringing indictment of those politicians that were assembled around him that are not part of his incoming administration, was it not?
312-642-5600, and you can also text us on our text line.
Greg in Schaumburg.
Thanks for taking the call. That was an incredible day, and one of the things that I was struck by is when you raise expectations and you consistently tell people where we can go and paint visions, how the country will follow, how people will follow. The second thing I thought of is I really like the indoor format as opposed to the external format, that we got used to. And then the third thing is, Amy, that hat has you all over it.
Oh, I don't know. I'm glad she changed into her ball gowns, obviously, for the different balls that they went to last night. But yeah, I mean, it was striking. It was classic Melania. So, but I didn't like the indoor venue. I liked the outdoor venue. It was more majestic. I don't know. I just didn't feel right being indoors.
One way or the other, thank you both in your station for getting us there. Were it not for Salem, as I've said before on your show, there aren't very many Salems out there. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Greg. That hat, that whole ensemble for the inaugural address was something out of Johnny Dangerously. It was kind of fun. There was one meme that this is what you look like when your husband is about to essentially kneecap all of your your persecutors and detractors and so forth. Yeah, it was pretty good. Melania always making an impression. Dan and Amy, Chicago's Morning Answer.
There's only one radio show in Chicago talking about today's biggest stories and telling you what they really mean. That show is this one, Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
A great smile can make you feel happy and confident. So when you consciously conserve your teeth, that glowing smile will show through. At Best Dental Group, doctors Economos, Gavalis, and their staff are ready to help you create that perfect look or maintain the one you have now. Along with general dentistry, Best Dental Group is a multidiscipline practice with an orthodontist, periodontist, and prosthetic specialists on site. They use the newest breakthroughs in dental technology such as titanium implants, Invisalign clear braces, and laser treatments. Don't let fear get in the way. They can recommend sedation to make your experience as comfortable as possible. Best Dental Group is located in historic downtown Bartlett and is a multilingual office. Call 630-830-4930, 630-830-4930, or visit bestdental.org. Best Dental Group, sharing your conservative values and helping you to conserve your teeth.
A large retail store just canceled a huge order, leaving MyPillow with a ton of extra MyPillows. But you know what? That's their loss and your gain. For the first time ever, you'll get a standard classic MyPillow for wholesale prices, only $14.88. But it gets even better. For a limited time, they're going to offer their entire classic collection at wholesale prices. Get queen-size MyPillows for just $18.88. Upgrade to king size for only $1 more. Get the body pillows for $29.88 and multi-use MyPillows for only $9.88. So go to MyPillow.com and use promo code LIBERTY or call 800-489-0201 to take advantage of wholesale pricing for the first time ever and receive free shipping on orders over $75. That's right. Get the standard MyPillow for only $14.88. They have never been offered this low before. They're limited quantities at this price, so the limit is going to be 10, and once they're gone, they're gone. So go to MyPillow.com or call 800-489-0201 and use promo code LIBERTY to get the standard MyPillow for only $14.88, the lowest price ever.
This is Hugh Hewitt for townhall.com.
The golden age of America begins right now. During every single day of the Trump administration, I will very simply put America first.
The 47th President of the United States was superb. It should be remembered as the golden age of America speech, but it will probably just be referenced as Trump's second inaugural. It was Abraham Lincoln who borrowed from the book of Proverbs when he described the American commitment to individual liberty as the apple of gold, protected by the Constitution's frame of silver. Donald Trump hearkened back to that when he guaranteed everyone that we will forge a policy that is colorblind and merit-based. That's what the Constitution has demanded since the 14th Amendment was ratified and has too often been, in recent years, honored in its breach. Bravo, President Trump, and Godspeed. I'm Hugh Hewitt.
AM 560, The Answer.
All right, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Now, one of the other things I'd be remiss if I didn't mention from yesterday's inaugural activities was that dork Mark Zuckerberg getting caught looking at Lauren Sanchez's tatas, Jeff Bezos' gal pal there.
What was she wearing? Does she know where she was? She was not at a whorehouse. I mean, you don't wear that ever, especially if you're going to an inauguration. What's wrong with her?
Oh, I mean, you know.
Well, she was showing top boob and bottom boob, and it was a corset, and it was laced, and it just was so inappropriate. But whatever.
You know my motto: if you have it, flaunt it.
Right? Yeah. Right.
Jim in LaGrange.
Sure.
Hey, good morning, Dan. Good morning, Amy. How are you? Wow, that was really wild watching that unfold with when they panned out with the camera so that you could see Biden and Harris sitting there. And there's not one time when Trump spoke just in generics about a pro-America and America first approach, where they clapped, where they smiled, where they did anything. It was just so un-American. Oh, and by the way, and while they're sitting there, and Trump is speaking, Biden knows that in like 5 minutes time before he leaves the office officially, that he's just pardoned his entire family, and Trump doesn't know yet. I mean, the gall of that playing out with us knowing more than what Trump knew was just amazing. Thanks. Have a great day.
Thanks,
yeah, we got to
Jim.
get into that because it's...
We'll pick up on the competing pardons yesterday at 5:38. Now we check the headlines with this guy.
5:33 on AM 560, The Answer. We're following breaking news around the world this morning. We'll start with a fire at a ski resort in northwest Turkey. At least 10 are dead so far, 32 others hospitalized. Fire broke out early this morning at the restaurant of the hotel. Wooden cladding on the hotel's exterior may have accelerated that fire. Afghanistan's Taliban government this morning acknowledging the release of 2 Americans held prisoner. Taliban's foreign ministry in Kabul did not name the 2, but the family of Ryan Corbett, one American held by the Taliban, confirmed he had been released. The Senate was busy overnight here in Washington, confirming Marco Rubio as Secretary of State. Another pick, John Ratcliffe, for CIA director, is also expected to have a swift vote as soon as this morning. Donald Trump is hitting the ground running after making his way back to the White House. Hours after his inauguration on Monday, Trump signing several executive orders, including one that grants pardons to roughly 1,500 who were convicted in the J6 rioting.
So this is January 6th. These are the hostages. Approximately 1,500 for a pardon?
Yes.
Full pardon.
Full pardon or commutations?
Full pardon.
President Trump is also withdrawing from the World Health Organization, signing that executive order cutting ties with the UN Public Health Agency. Trump has also signed multiple immigration executive actions in his first trip back to the Oval Office, also signing actions that including designating drug cartels as foreign terrorist organizations.
People have wanted to do this for years. So they are now designated as terrorist organizations, foreign, and Mexico probably doesn't want that.
Trump has also been critical of the of other health organizations, and so formally withdrawing from the WHO as COVID pandemic spread across the country and around the world. Officials in Los Angeles are warning of dangerous fire conditions again today. High alerts have been posted by the National Weather Service. Even President Trump referenced L.A. during his inauguration speech.
Or more recently, Los Angeles, where we're watching fires still tragically burn.
Forecasters predicting wind gusts approaching 100 miles an hour today. Contrast that with northern Illinois continuing in the deep freeze this morning. National Weather Service says high temps will reach single digits. Wind chills will stay about 25 below. You can check on your school. Many of them are closed or switching to e-learning due to the cold weather. Make sure you check your phone or email for alerts or your school's website for updated information on closures and on e-learning. Chicago's warming centers are open as well. The city and the suburbs deal with frigid temperatures. Governor Pritzker released a statement following the inauguration of Donald Trump yesterday, saying he believes the president's executive order to strip birthright citizenship from those born in this country is unconstitutional. Judge John Robert Blakey is scheduled to review jury instructions with attorneys today at the Dirksen Federal Building, the corruption trial of Illinois House Speaker Democrat Michael Madigan. Chicago sports, Bears have their new head coach. Team is finalizing a deal to give Ben Johnson the job. Johnson is the first Lions assistant to be hired as a head coach in the NFL since defensive coordinator Don Shula was hired as Baltimore's head coach. That would be the Baltimore Colts in January of 1963. Bulls beat the Clippers 112-99. Blackhawks lost to Carolina 4-3. The News is a service of Balance of Nature fruits and veggies in a capsule. Save 35% off your first preferred order with promo code Chicago. Hurry, offer ends soon. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher sees the finger pointing in California.
There are all kinds of drama about, how dare you criticize the LA Fire Department? How dare you criticize Democrats? You're a racist if you do so. They've managed to have a healthy dose of race baiting injected into the debate over why they can't put the fires out in California in Los Angeles County.
The Mike Gallagher Show, weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies supplements, changing the world one life at a time.
So when we saw the advertisements for this by reputable people, I told my husband, I said, well, we don't have anything to lose, so let's do it. Within a month, I could see a difference. It's really great. Y'all should let me do those commercials. Do you know how many people I have gotten to take Balance of Nature?
Start your journey with Balance of Nature supplements today. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go to balanceofnature.com and sign up as a new preferred customer to get 35% off your first preferred set with free shipping and our money-back guarantee. That's 1-800-246-8751. Don't wait. Now's the time to take action. Go to balanceofnature.com or call 1-800-246-8751 and get this special offer by using discount code Chicago.
So, how's the separation going? Are you guys able to work things out?
No. I think we're headed for divorce.
That sucks. Gonna be an expensive legal battle?
Well, no, that's one thing we agree on, actually. Arbitration.
Arbitration? Like mediation?
Sort of, but better. We'll have a firm decision.
Oh, that's easier. Who's your arbitrator?
Bert Hochberg.
That attorney at Schiller, DeCanto, and Fleck?
Yeah, senior partner. Comes highly recommended.
Are you facing divorce or a family law issue? Burton S. Hochberg offers arbitration services, a dispute resolution process that will save you time, money, and the complexity of litigation. Let Burton hear and resolve your claims with choices that best suit you and yours. To discuss, call Bert directly. Or even better, have your attorney call Bert at 773-255-6150. That's 773-255-6150. Again, 773-255-6150. No one knows arbitration like Bert Hochberg. Why go through a difficult divorce? Call Bert at Schiller, DeCanto, and Fleck, Chicago's preeminent family law firm since 1981.
Hair Volume is the best-selling hair tablet in the world and one of many award-winning natural hair products from New Nordic. Purchase at newnordicusa.com or CVS.
5:40 Team Hochberg Traffic Center time. And this update, a service of Turnkey.pro. Start the new year right with Turnkey's all-in package. Unlimited help desk support, firewall router, unlimited backup and recovery, and antivirus protection. Plus, you can get hardware for one low monthly investment. Turnkey.pro, Turnkey.pro. Stevenson inbound already stacking up between Ashland and the Ryan merge. Accident on the Bishop Ford on the inbound side. Car into the wall right at the right shoulder. It's inbound between Sibley and Dalton. And on the Tri-State, disabled vehicle, right lane blocked southbound after 47. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next. Now, your official Chicagoland weather forecast. Sunshine and bitterly cold, according to AccuWeather, high near 4. Bitterly cold with increasing clouds, low 2 overnight. Cloudy, breezy, not as cold with a couple of flurries tomorrow, high 26. 4 below at O'Hare, 2 below at Midway, 6 below in Aurora, light snow, and 4 below in Waukegan with a wind chill of minus 18. Your next news update is at 6. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by In the Know with Wealth Management Group, hosted by Craig and Leslie Bolano Sunday mornings at 10. Learn more at investwithwmg.com.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. Only the biggest stories, only the biggest guests, and only the biggest opinions. This is AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy talking about the momentous day that was yesterday. After the inaugural festivities, attendant to the inaugural festivities, but a nice transition from the pageantry to the work to be done yesterday, was this little post-inaugural address Q&A that Trump had, where he began to comment on the news of the day up until that point, the 11th hour Biden pardons, first of Milley, Fauci, and the J6 committee members and staff, and then family members. Trump focused on Cheney and Kinzinger in particular before getting to the business of the day from his perspective.
Why are we helping some of the people? Why are we helping Liz Cheney? I mean, Liz Cheney is a disaster. She's a crying lunatic and crying Adam Kinzinger. He's a super crying. I never saw the guy not crying. He's always crying. I looked at him. I remember years ago he was actually on my side. And then one day, when you don't want to kill people in wars, they turn against you. Liz Cheney hated the concept of not going to war with everybody. Let's kill everybody. Let's spend a lot of money on military equipment. Where her father works, right? And but what she did was incredible. Think of it. They destroyed and deleted all of that information that went on for almost 2 years against Trump.
And the Biden administration issued the following statement about the family pardons for family members. but not the big guy. Didn't pardon himself. Worth noting. My family has been subjected to unrelenting attacks and threats motivated solely by a desire to hurt me. The worst kind of partisan politics. Unfortunately, I have no reason to believe these attacks will end. I believe in the rule of law, and so on and so forth. Basically, it was a cut and paste of the explanation that he provided when he pardoned baby boy Hunter. Same deal. So pardons for Jimmy Biden, Sarah Jones Biden, Valerie Biden Owens, John T. Owens, Francis Biden. All the members of the Biden hillbilly crime family, with the exception of the big guy. Well,
why didn't he pardon himself?
Because he hasn't done anything wrong.
312.
That's what he says.
Yeah, 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. You can also text us. Because he said the issuance of these pardons should not be mistaken as an acknowledgement that they engaged in any wrongdoing.
No, of course not.
No, of course, yeah, sure.
Although it's interesting because I remember when there was a lot of loose talk at the end of Trump's first term about the idea that he would preemptively pardon some of his family members because of the Russian collusion, persecution, and all of the other efforts to lawfare the Trump family and anyone else in Trump orbit into prison or bankruptcy or public disrepute. This was those conversations. Do you remember those? I mean, this is one of those great mashups where the left is saying, we're not, please don't do to us what we did to you, which we see repeated over and over and over again. What's good for us is not good for you. What's bad for us is not good for you either. This begins with Joy Reid and Adam Schiff, back when he was just a congressman with a glint in his eye, not a stately senator that he is today. Then they go to Andrew Weissman, who is Mueller's top hatchet man for the Russian collusion investigation, and just on and on and on. The commenting from all of these leading intellects of the left on your favorite cable news networks about preemptive pardons.
Have you ever heard of somebody getting a preemptive pardon who was innocent of all crime? Who's just an innocent person? Have you ever heard of that? Just somebody getting a blanket pardon and they're an innocent person?
But no, it's the president's own family. It's people that have been covering up for the president in addition to his own family.
Is there an innocent explanation for someone to seek preemptive pardons for family members? Would you do that if you knew you were innocent and just worried about outside forces?
The answer to that is going to be no. If you haven't done anything wrong, you sit there and go, what do you need a preemptive pardon for?
If he pardons people preemptively, he's essentially telling the public that these people have committed crimes. And we may not be aware of what they are, but the pardon is clear evidence that crimes have been committed.
I imagine if you
So it goes on from there, but you understand the point. The D.C. press corps and all the pundits on the payroll were very clear in their perspective that preemptive pardons for a president's family members is an indication of guilt, and it can't be read in any other way. That was, of course, during the Trump years when this was an issue that they manufactured. When it was something that came to pass, when something that actually occurred, what do they say? Well, here's what they do. Here's a good example of what they do. Klingon Collins with T-Bone Booker. Remember Cory Booker? Yeah, he's still in the Senate.
Oh,
I know you probably forgot. He had aspirations to run for president, and he was a rising star in the ranks and so on and so forth, and then he just disappears. No, he's still there. He's still there occupying a seat. Just like Biden had Corn Pop, he's got an imaginary drug dealer friend named T-Bone. You'll recall a bit of a fabulist himself, T-Bone / Spartacus Booker. Well, the Klingon Collins and Booker had a conversation about this. Well, what's with these family pardons? Huh? Doesn't this smack of hypocrisy? What about comporting to historical norms, which was going to be the hallmark of the Biden administration? I know that's been out the window for years, but
on that point, I want to get you to respond to this, because what I'm already hearing from people who work for Trump
and are his allies is that there's really no leg for the Democrats don't have a leg to stand on, because President Biden leaving today, issued a raft of pardons, including for his own family members and his sister and his brothers and their spouses, and then also for an activist, an elderly activist who is convicted of killing 2 FBI agents. Chris Wray did not even want him to commute that sentence that President Biden did today. They say that doesn't give Democrats an argument here to criticize these pardons. What is your response to that?
I mean, I think that's the mistake we're seeing now, is people trying to reduce this to tribalism. This is not about Democrat or Republican. Joe Biden pardoned a lot of people. Yeah, he should answer for that and explain what he did and his reasoning. But the people he pardoned, his family members, did not, before the naked public eye, beat police officers, try to overthrow our government, lead to the death of police officers, and have injuries, scars, both visible and invisible, on police officers that are still affecting their lives today. This is not about left or right in our country. We can't just say this is a tit for tat, or their side did it so my side can do it. No,
of course not. No. 8,000 some pardons by Joe Biden. Bewildering. And this is not a right or left thing, but let me provide deference to the left, my people. He'll have to explain at some point. He put out statements. That's good enough for me. But we can't do the tit for tat thing. To me, I don't know where Trump's mind was on the J6 pardons, if it was always going to be the action that he took yesterday, or if the Biden pardons changed his approach and said, okay, well, now we're just going to do this wholesale. After pardoning, and I don't even mean that family members, after pardoning all the members of the J6 committee and staff, okay, I'm done with this now. This whole thing is a fraud, and the J6 prosecutions, generally speaking, there are some exceptions in my view, but generally speaking, were part of this fraud, part and parcel of this lawfare. So the whole thing is fruit of the poisonous tree, and we're uprooting it. 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. Remarkable. Trump had more to say on Biden's pardons of family members when he got around to breaking out his pen and starting to sign executive orders in addition to those J6 pardons referenced.
They rigged it. It was a rigged deal. And when you do that, they look very bad. But I was a little surprised he did it. Liz Cheney, she's a lunatic. And she lost by the greatest margin in the history of a politician running for Congress, like 40 points. The reason it was the greatest is because anybody losing that badly is going to drop out. But she's a nut job. She doesn't drop out. She just keeps chugging forward. And she lost by almost 40 points. That's the biggest number anybody's ever lost by. But why would Biden do that? He pardoned her and pardoned everybody. The reason is that they destroyed documents. And if you're even in a civil case, which this wouldn't be, people go to jail for a long time for doing that.
And with that, he did this.
I think this order will apply to approximately 1,500 people, sir.
So this is January 6th. And these are the hostages. Approximately 1,500 for a pardon.
Yes.
Full pardon.
Full pardon or commutation?
Full pardon. We have about 6 commutations in there where we're doing further research.
Okay.
Nice to see you again.
312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. Your view of Trump basically issuing a blanket pardon to 1,500 people that have been convicted or charged with crimes related to January 6th.
Well, I do feel like most of them were political prisoners. But remember J.D. Vance, he went on the Sunday talk show saying, the violent offenders from J6, the ones that beat up police officers. He didn't say beat up police officers, but he said the ones that were violent will probably not get pardoned. Well, that wasn't true. And I was shocked. Weren't you surprised yesterday when he pardoned all 1,500?
Not
Ian?
terribly. Not after what Biden did on his way out the door. Trump
way into the Capitol.
sort of indicated the same thing that Vance said explicitly, that Bondi said more explicitly in her confirmation hearing. But you do have, I think there was more than 6 commutations rather than full pardons. And I suspect that includes some people who were, I haven't seen the list, but I suspect that includes some people who were charged and convicted of crimes that involved violence and were serving substantial sentences. And those sentences get commuted because, as I said, fruit of the poisonous tree. It's a tough call. It's a tough call because you can't make this call without considering the environment you're in, without considering the context in which you're making this call, which is what the Biden administration did. In the last act of a inveterate scoundrel was those preemptive pardons of family members. Tony Fauci too, the pardon going back to 2014.
Right. Biden's family going back to 2014 as well. Why Fauci 2014?
Well, we understand why Biden family 2014, unless Fauci was a silent partner of the Biden hillbilly crime family. I don't know. Maybe that's when he started providing taxpayer funding to do gain-of-function research that he said he didn't do. Maybe it was when the EcoHealth Alliance and the beautiful friendship with Peter Daszak blossomed. I don't know. We haven't gotten that detail yet, but to send Fauci back a decade was strange to me. You know why he did the family members is because that's when the cash started rolling in.
And he did it while he was sitting down at his seat, right before he sat down to swear in Trump. He did that. They're saying during, while he was in the Capitol, in the rotunda.
I don't want, as I wanted to say, there's a difference between us and them, and we want to jealously guard that difference because they behave as if the ends justify the means doesn't mean that we should. And so my inclination would be to treat people convicted of crimes involving violence around January 6th differently than those convicted of crimes that did not involve violence. And even some of those convicted of or pleading out to various charges under the heading sedition. The Enrique Terrio got 22 years. Right. Some of those sentences I could understand commuting. The idea that some of those individuals were over sentenced. So, but I do think you want to make gradations here between people who were escorted into the Capitol by Capitol Police and then subsequently imprisoned pending trial, charged and convicted of or pled out, which is the same thing, convicted of like trespassing crimes and of course the ridiculous Sarbanes-Oxley inspired charges of interrupting an official proceeding, insurrection, all this stuff. There's no evidence to support any of that. The Sarbanes-Oxley thing was a disgrace. I mean, the problem is thinking about those who committed acts of violence, who did engage with police officers. The problem is, one, you still have all these politicians running around lying that it was an insurrection, lying that people killed police officers, or there's any evidence to suggest that something that happened on January 6th was the proximate cause of a police officer's death. That is just made up.
Committing suicide, please.
Made up. So that's a problem. The fruit of the poisonous tree, this entire inquisition over a phony charge of insurrection is a problem. But it doesn't excuse people that couldn't control themselves and engaged in violence. And so I think you do have to provide separate treatment of those individuals. But I can understand why there are people who find it very difficult, given all that was done right up until the end by this inveterate fraud and all of his hangers-on over the last 4 years.
And think of all those rioters, those BLM rioters, Antifa, that never saw any jail time ever. So I think it was their just reward to get them out.
Bryce and Schaumburg.
Hi, how's it going?
Good. Quickly, Bryce, run the clock.
Yeah, I just wanted to talk about how Mike Johnson had that interview with Biden, and not an interview with Biden. It was an interview with one of the news reporters, and I guess it was with Biden, and it was about the liquid gas. And Mike Johnson was, just blown away with how, he had no recollection of the bill and the law he signed. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it was liquid gas.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Bryce. It was the pause on liquefied natural gas exports. We talked about that a bit yesterday. We'll pick that up, take more of your calls, talk more about these pardons, as well as other executive orders Trump signed at 6:06.
Today, lots of sunshine, but bitterly cold, a high of only 4 degrees. It's 6 a.m., WIND, Chicago.
Waking up at the White House. I'm Chris Foster of Fox News, and President Trump's already gotten a lot done before his first full day in office with a blitz of executive orders and actions.
Reversing 78 actions that the previous administration had done. Now, those include closing the U.S. border, reversing electric vehicle mandates, making lowering costs for the American people a directive for all government agencies. The president signed an executive order stopping new regulations from going forward as he plans to eliminate a number of regulations for every new one created. President Trump also believes he needs more legal migration because more jobs are coming. Now, on tariffs, the president says the costs will be imposed on goods crossing from Canada and Mexico into the U.S. in about a week and a half.
Fox business correspondent Edward Lawrence at the White House. Secretary of State Marco Rubio is the first Trump cabinet member confirmed by the Senate in a unanimous vote.
We'll have a clear mission at the State Department, and we've got one of the most talented federal workforces in all our government to do it, so I'm excited about it.
He got to vote for himself as a senator, resigning his seat after being confirmed to the cabinet. 2 Americans are released after more than 2 years in custody in Afghanistan in a Taliban prisoner swap.
One of them's been identified by his own family as Ryan Corbett. He lived in Afghanistan when the US-backed government collapsed in 2021 and was abducted by the ruling Taliban the next year. We don't know who the other American is, but the Biden administration had been trying to free men named George Glesman and Mahmoud Habibi. In return, the U.S. has released a Taliban figure serving a life sentence in California for drug trafficking and terrorism. Khan Mohammed had been in prison since 2008. Jonathan Savage, Fox News.
A Notre Dame comeback falls short, and Ohio State wins the college football national championship game, 34-23 the final score. Buckeyes running back Quinshon Judkins scored 3 touchdowns. Quarterback Will Howard is named the game's most valuable player. America's listening to Fox News.
Six below zero with a wind chill approaching minus 25. 6:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. Northern Illinois, in fact, much of the upper Midwest, continues in the deep freeze this morning. Cold weather advisory is in effect. Numerous schools are closed or switching to e-learning. Make sure that you check your phone or email for alerts on your school's website as well for updated information on any closures or on e-learning. City of Chicago warming centers are open today, like the Inglewood Community Center along West 79th and the King Community Service Center on South Cottage Grove. Several more warming centers are open throughout the suburbs. Protesters in Chicago tried to make their voices heard as President Trump began a second term in office.
If Trump's rhetoric is anything to go by, he intends to double down to inflict further misery on us. But at the same time, we're not afraid. It just means we have to fight back harder.
Hundreds demonstrated at a rally at Federal Plaza in the bitterly cold weather yesterday. Former President Joe Biden issued a number of pardons on Monday before leaving the White House, including for his own family. However, former Congressman Jesse Jackson Jr. did not receive one. Jackson last night releasing a statement criticizing the Biden administration for continuing what he called the felonization of Americans who have served their sentences. In other news we're following this morning, Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is weighing a plan that would slap an automatic fee on drivers traveling downtown. The so-called congestion pricing plan follows in the footsteps of one recently instituted in New York City and comes days after a new INRIC study found the city is tied with New York for having the second worst traffic of any city on the globe.
This would be just another negative, another
excuse for companies and people not to come into the city. It actually could make things worse than make things better.
WirePoint's President Ted Dabrowski argues it's more of the kind of tax and spend policies that have left the city and the state in a hole.
If you're an investor looking to invest your money in a city, you're going to go to places that are growing and that are affordable. Chicago is going the wrong way. It's becoming more expensive and its services are getting worse.
Dabrowski,
So, adding a congestion tax might just make things worse.
Dabrowski expects Johnson and allies to limit the congestion pricing plan, if there is one, to one small area of downtown, but then expand it to many other areas of the city. Chicago sports, Bears have their new head coach. Team is finalizing a deal to give Ben Johnson the job.
If he can get with the people and get with the Chicagoans, that's all we need. Play, and then Caleb Williams. He plays to his strengths. Man, we can go far. We can go deep.
Former Detroit offensive coordinator takes over for Matt Eberflus. Johnson, the first Lions assistant to be hired as a head coach in the NFL since defensive coordinator Don Shula was hired as the Baltimore Colts head coach in January of 1963. Bulls beat the Clippers, Blackhawks lost to Carolina, and the Fighting Illini jumped 3 spots in yesterday's college basketball poll. The News is a service of Valdecast Windows for the discerning homeowner looking for high-quality and professional-level window replacement service. Contact Valdecast Windows, your award-winning Platinum Elite Pella-certified contractor, Valdecast.com. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
It's a new year, and any day now, you'll see that credit card bill for all the Christmas shopping you did. It sure would be nice to start the new year with some new cash, wouldn't it? Well, AM 560 wants to make that happen by giving you the chance to win $2,025 to start 2025. Enter for your chance to win at 560theanswer.com/cash. That's 560theanswer.com/cash.
When your home or business has an insurance claim, the next step is very important. The claim process with insurance can be tedious, hard to understand, and difficult to navigate. You need someone working for you. You need a licensed claim adjuster. Why? The insurance company will send out their inspectors that work for them, get paid by them, and represent them, not you.
This is Dan Lights from Crosscom. We inspect your property, file your claim, negotiate the damages, and maximize your settlement with your insurance company. If we complete the repairs approved by your insurance company, our service is free. Crosscom Public Adjusters has turned denied claims into approved claims. We've also increased insurance claims anywhere from 23 to 1,000%. We are licensed by the Department of Insurance and work in Illinois, Northwest Indiana, and Southern Wisconsin. Crosscom Public Adjusters, 630-871-5500. Online at CrosscomInc.com. That's CrosscomInc.com. Crosscom, building trust for over 20 years.
You've likely heard about Relief Factor and how so many people enjoy a better, more pain-free life because of it. If you're dealing with everyday pain, it makes sense you'd want to try it first. Well, Relief Factor makes that pretty pain-free too, with their 3-week quick start for just $19.95. An easy, affordable way to see how it could literally change your life. Relief Factor is a daily supplement that fights pain naturally, developed by doctors. Relief Factor doesn't just mask pain temporarily, it helps reduce or eliminate pain. In fact, the longer you take it, the more effective it is. Trying it couldn't be easier with their 3-week quick start for only $19.95. That's less than $1 a day. And it just takes a phone call. 1-800-4-RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF. Wherever you're having pain, every day you feel better is a day you live better. Try Relief Factor's 3-week quick start today. Visit ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF.
Wow, I'm touched.
What happened?
Just one of the greatest honors of my life, Arvid.
What are you talking about?
Look, someone named a penny mustard sofa after me.
They did?
See? Right here.
That's the Benjamin sofa.
Well, that's its full legal name, but I call it the Ben sofa for short.
I don't think you...
I mean, just look at it, Nicole. It's stylish, functional, and comfortable. The Benjamin sofa has everything.
Yes, but...
Plus, it's American-made, with high-density foam and hundreds of fabric and leather options.
That's true, but...
The Benjamin sofa is simply perfect, just like its namesake.
Ben, that sofa is not named after you.
It isn't?
Our designer, Allison, named it after her son.
Oh.
Sorry.
Okay, fine. But I'm the most handsome and charming of the two Bens, right?
Well...
Oh, come on.
Come see the Benjamin Sofa, starting at $25.51 at Penny Mustard.
7 locations throughout Chicagoland.
PennyMustard.com.
Better versions of what people want.
Penny Mustard Furnishing.
6:09. Penny Mustard boys better send one of those Ben sofas up to Hallis Hall today. Let's get an update on the roads. Team Hochberg Traffic Center time. A service of Fox Valley Coins. Great time to bring in your scrap gold jewelry and sterling flatware, cash or check. Offered on the spot. FoxValleyCoins.com. Tri-State disabled vehicle. Right lane block southbound just after 47th. Johnsburg. Route 31 shut down between Johnsburg Road and Barnard Mill Road due to a serious structure fire there. That's being battled by local authorities in McHenry County. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next. Now your official Chicagoland weather forecast with Steve Williams.
A cold weather advisory in effect this morning. Sun, bitter cold day today, the high only 4. For tonight, clouds and cold, low 2. Cloudy, breezy, not as cold. A few flurries around tomorrow, the high at 26. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560. The Answer.
-4 at O'Hare, -2 at Midway, -6 Aurora. A little bit of light snow. -4 in Waukegan. Right now, -2 along Chicago's lakefront. And your next news update is at 6:30. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. We left off last hour talking about yesterday's competing pardons. The big guy pardoning Fauci, Milley, the J6 committee and staff, as well as all family members of the hillbilly crime family from Wilmington, excluding himself, while Trump responded by pardoning some 1,500 J6 defendants and convicts, as well as commuting the sentences of a handful more. The response to the Biden, the response to the Trump J6 pardons, get your reaction to that, and also what the response from the Trump administration should be to the Biden pardons. And specifically, as we discussed yesterday, I'm still looking to say, well, where there's a legitimate basis for an investigation, the investigation should happen, and the facts and the Department of Justice and FBI, as relevant, should go wherever the facts lead. That was the conversation we had before the family members got pardoned. We were talking about the likes of Jimmy Biden, who has been referred for prosecution by James Comer per his work on the House Oversight Committee. We were talking about Cassidy Hutchinson, who may have perjured herself under oath before the J6 committee. Now we're mainly, it seems to me, talking about the big guy. And for all the talk about family members and allies of Biden, now it's really come down to whether or not Pam Bondi, in my view, whether or not Pam Bondi should pursue an investigation, criminal investigation into Joe Biden.
Yeah.
Go where the facts lead, and if the facts warrant it, prosecute him. And I know people say, well, wait, well, Robert Hur, the special counsel, said he's unfit to stand trial. Well, that's Robert Hur's opinion. Yeah. That was repudiated by Joe Biden and the Biden administration. So if there is evidence to suggest that he committed crimes, that he participated in a criminal conspiracy, then you bring the case. And if Joe Biden wants to argue diminished capacity, then he can make that argument in a court of law.
312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. You could also text us there. But I mean, Dan, the way he did it, though, was so sneaky. Like while he was walking, right before he got into the Oval Office, right before ceding the Oval Office to Donald Trump, he pardons his family members. Did you think we weren't going to pay attention? We weren't going to notice that?
Well, he wait till the end, and then it's
he
done.
waited till the end.
Then it's done, and then the new administration takes over, and then it's about their agenda and the inertia behind the idea of moving on. Bygones be bygones. We have to be prospective in our outlook. There's much work to be done. We don't have time or the interest, perhaps, to spend political capital pursuing the former president. That's what he's banking on. That's what they're banking on. That's the formulation that was behind this decision. So the question is, what should be the response from Pam Bondi? And I do mean Pam Bondi because it's her call.
Right. And real quick on an ancillary issue, the biggest bad blank move yesterday that Trump did was revoke the security clearance for those 51 intel agents, who lied about Hunter Biden's laptop. I mean, it was hard to keep up with everything that was going on yesterday, but
one of the things he did as telegraphed, and that's a small part of the reckoning, very small. By the way, he also revoked the security clearance of John Bolton, his former U.S. ambassador to the UN. But anyway, so that's something, and we'll take all appropriate action. That was certainly an appropriate action. But for the lawfare that was perpetuated by Biden and those acting in his name. In addition to what we know, his lying about his involvement with Hunter Biden's influence peddling operation, the underlying reality that the Biden hillbilly crime family, as has been said many times, was selling influence, compromising the U.S. national security for personal profit. That's what it boils down to.
In the millions.
And
having a drug-addled son in charge of all of it.
And so, is this somebody we should just move on from Joe Biden now that he has eliminated the ability to work up the food chain through family members? No, I don't think so. If I was the Attorney General, that would not be my perspective, I'll tell you that. Paul in Bellwood, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Yeah, my question would be if he's not mentally competent, could these pardons be questioned?
It's a fun question. Thanks for the call, Paul. I mean, I don't think you're going to get a judge to set aside the pardons based on diminished capacity.
He's been our president as in diminished capacity for 4 years.
Yeah, I mean, there was no effort. There are vehicles to remove him from office that were not taken. Yeah. Now you say, well, right, of course they weren't taken because they're all in on covering for his diminished capacity, right? Yeah, I think that. I mean, it's a novel idea, but I think the likelihood of success is
zero,
slim and none, and slim left town. The other thing, too, since Bryce from Schaumburg brought it up last hour. Yes, the Mike Johnson story, he told Barry Weiss about this executive order that Biden signed to pause exports of liquefied natural gas, of particular interest to Mike Johnson, being from Louisiana, to Europe, and Johnson pressing him on that in a meeting he had in the Oval Office shortly after he ascended to the speakership, and Biden not understanding the executive order that he signed, disputing that he signed the executive order. Mike Johnson saying, "Look, I can show you. I can get staff to show you the executive order. This is what you did." And the issue with Mike Johnson bringing that up now is he's bringing it up now. That should have been something he entered into the public domain.
Right after
when it occurred,
happened. Yeah,
when it occurred for people's consideration as they're making assessments. Yeah, these stories that come out. Same thing with billionaire investor Bill Ackman. He did a recent podcast in which he shared this story of his one meeting with the big guy that was less than enjoyable.
Have you communicated that to him? Do you have a relationship with Biden, a personal relationship?
No relationship at all.
Do you have any interest in having one?
No. I met him once at a dinner, and I had a very negative perception.
How come?
7 years ago. I thought it was a very strange dinner. It was a group of about 10 or 12 of us, and he misunderstood either something I said or he was shocked by someone else, and he practically, was like, "You want to take it outside?" and I thought he was joking. Like, you want to like get into a tough guy. You want to fight. I thought it was either he had cognitive issues or he was just off the reservation. So I had a very kind of negative experience. I kind of wrote it off when I guess ultimately voted for him.
Indeed.
But
when I voted,
I feel like and again, I don't want to spend all this time knocking him. Is the past, not the future. But his administration ultimately, or his term, in terms of decisions he made over time, including the pardoning of his son after saying otherwise, I don't think he is a truth teller. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
He lied. For 50 years, he lied to the American public.
What should Pam Bondi do about the big guy? Joe in Naperville.
Yeah, you and I both know that all these public investigations, special prosecutors, and all this other stuff waste time and money and gets nowhere. Nobody ever gets prosecuted. I think Biden did Trump a huge favor because it takes all that stuff off the table. It makes all these people look guilty.
Well, yeah, although you did have Kinzinger. Kinzinger's, repudiating his pardon, at least rhetorically. We'll see if he actually takes the steps to repudiate it and provides for legal exposure. Tony Fauci and the others are going in the exact opposite direction. They're just parroting the lingo of the Biden family, of Biden himself, saying, "Yeah, I'm the subject of partisan targeting and so on and so forth. So I appreciate this, even though, of course, I did nothing wrong." But you're right; it does cast a shadow. But that's not enough punishment for bad actors, in my view. No, and that's not a resolution in terms of what they did or didn't do and whether or not it ran afoul of the law. And that's what justice requires. So we're falling short of what's required here for people in positions of great authority. That is what causes a loss of faith in the justice system, understandably so.
Well, they weaponized the DOJ, the FBI, even partially the Secret Service to go after Trump for the past, 8 years?
Yeah, I know. So the question is, what do you want to do about it?
I want Pam Bondi to investigate him. And he's an idiot for not pardoning him himself, but that's, again, par for the course with that guy.
Lewis, Southside.
Good morning, Dan. Good morning, Amy. What's happening is he's doing a distraction, okay? You won't get Joe Biden and you won't get his family. What you want to focus on is on the mob, the people who assisted him in doing his influence peddling. They are still there, and so what Pam needs to be focused on is on the operations, what was that? How did he get those top secrets out? Because they time stamped. Okay, so you need to be looking for the person who assisted him in getting those top secrets that he had in his garage.
Yeah, thanks for the call. Those classified documents. Yeah, I got that. So here's the thing. Yes, whoever's in the orbit that participated in a material way would necessarily be identified if you pursued a criminal investigation into Joe Biden. So if you can't go from the bottom up to the top, then start at the top. What's the problem there? You've got all of this investigative work that was done by the House Oversight Committee. That was done even by David Weiss, and the IRS into Hunter, that has nexus. So why wouldn't you pursue it? You're not going to get him. Well, I'll tell you what. If we make him spend these, what I think is fair to call, whether it's criminal or not, ill-gotten gains, if we make him spend that and spend his quote-unquote golden years under this cloud that he so justly deserves to be under, well, that's something. That's at least an effort to affect justice.
Got a text message from 847. A lot of text messages. Actually, excuse me. So, Joe, what exactly did your family do that they needed a pardon?
Chris on I-65.
Yeah, somebody posted last night a court case, Supreme Court case, kind of outlined the conditions of a pardon, and it's that you accept that you're guilty, you admit that you're guilty, and take responsibility for your actions. So Pam Bondi could go after all these people starting there. Hey, look, we already know you're guilty. You accepted your pardon, and then bring them in for their questioning, et cetera.
Well, potentially. Thanks for the call, Chris. I mean, the problem is this category of preemptive pardons. We haven't been here before, and whether or not this is within the plenary pardon power of the POTUS, fun alliteration there. Yes. We've talked to con lawyers. We'll talk to Bill Jacobson from Cornell at the bottom of the hour about this, and there doesn't seem to be a lot of appetite to challenge this because, maybe with the exception of, Richard Epstein, by the way, challenged the preemptive pardon. But generally speaking, the attitude has been, with the exception of the president pardoning himself, his pardon power is absolute. Could change. I mean, look, where we have Trump spoiling for a Supreme Court an updated Supreme Court ruling on birthright citizenship, and whether that is indeed covered by the 14th Amendment, because the executive order he issued yesterday that is already the subject of litigation, as many of these will be. So on some of this stuff, you press the envelope to engage the courts, to provide clarity on the extent of executive power, on the meaning of the citizenship clause in the 14th Amendment. Let's have this debate. Let's engage the courts. Let's get additional clarity so we know what the landscape is. Let's, pursue this. We're not just going to look back at a 1898 case, Wong Kim Ark, in the case of birthright citizenship that we've talked about in this show before in the context of this discussion. Not a new one, not a new discussion. Say, well, it's not exactly on point, the facts in that case, for all the cases of people who are covered right now, perceived to be covered under the law by birthright citizenship benefits. So maybe it's time to revisit it. The Supreme Court has made lots of terrible decisions in the past that were rectified by decisions subsequent, Brown v. Board of Education to remedy Plessy v. Ferguson and so forth. Maybe it's time we revisit some of these conversations. And when we have somebody who obliterated the norms the way that Joe Biden did, talking about the pardon power, talking about flouting judicial decisions about things like student loan forgiveness, socialization of student loan debt, declaring by acclamation that the ERA is the 28th Amendment to the Constitution. I mean, bizarre things. Then that's the time to re-engage and have some discussion to redraw some lines, I think. Dan and Amy, Chicago's Morning Answer.
This is the morning show more Chicago radio listeners are choosing. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
I found a fountain of youth down there at QC Kinetics.
That's Henry Hinton, feeling like his young, active self again after treatments at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in regenerative medicine.
I still have trouble walking down steps as I get older. I've had one treatment so far, and I can already tell a difference in my knee.
And that treatment at QC Kinetics used Henry's own natural healing properties, concentrated and placed right at the source of the pain. So Henry and patients just like him will enjoy long-term relief without surgery or downtime.
My knee is not hurting. I remember I was walking down some steps yesterday, and I thought, wow, this is not hurting when I walk down steps. I'm all in on it. I'm all in on QC Kinetics.
It's time to wind back the clock to days without constant joint pain. Start with a call to QC Kinetics today.
Call QC Kinetics, 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955.
It's been a very active week, and I'm so glad I had Balance of Nature with me. Why? Well, was not getting enough fruits and veggies, that's for sure, and eating some takeout food with no fruits and vegetables in it. Not fun. So this is what you do. You supplement with Balance of Nature. 6 capsules a day. You're getting several servings of 31 different whole fruits and vegetables. Thousands of AM 560 listeners love their Balance of Nature, and you will too. So order your fruits and veggies today. Be proactive. Do something for yourself. 800-246-8751. That's 800-246-8751. Use coupon code Chicago to save 35% off your first set and free shipping when you sign up as a new preferred customer. 800-246-8751. Call now or order online at balanceofnature.com and be sure to use coupon code Chicago.
At Signature Bank, going the distance for business banking customers is what we do every day. We understand that business owners have a strategic mission, a drive to succeed, a plan for growth, and don't have time to wait for a bank to respond. With Signature Bank, you not only have a banking partner that has roots right here in Chicago, but our decisions are made locally too. Signature Bank knows that when you have a question or problem about your business, you want answers. You need someone who will pick up the phone or respond to your text. You need someone who is always there for you. That's Signature Bank. We are a team that wants to get to know you and your business. Want to be Signature Bank's next success story? Give us a call today at 773-467-5630 or visit us online at signaturebank.bank. Member FDIC Equal Housing Lender.
It's a new year, but the need continues. Hi, Amy Jacobson here to let you know that you could still be part of our annual Food for the Poor campaign. We are working to provide food for a year and access to water to children in Latin America and the Caribbean. And we need you to help us reach our goal. We are so close, especially if you own or run a business or make the marketing decisions for a business. You can still become a business benefactor by making a tax-deductible gift of $2,500 to Food for the Poor. That gift will feed 50 children for all of 2025. And to show our appreciation for your generosity, AM 560 will give you 40 one-minute commercials to air right here on the station between 5 a.m. and 8 p.m. Monday through Friday at no additional cost to you. To take advantage of this amazing deal, just call Anjanette Natowski at 847-472-8951. Again, 847-472-8951 or go to 560theanswer.com/food for the poor.
AM 560, The Answer.
Yeah, one other pardon we forgot to mention. The police officer who shot and killed, the Capitol police officer who shot and killed Ashley Babbitt, Michael Byrd, also pardoned. Don't think that wasn't also part of the calculation that Trump made to issue the 1,500 pardons that he did for J6 defendants.
Yep. All right, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
We'll talk more law and order on executive orders as well as pardons with Cornell Law Professor William Jacobson, 636.
And later, J.D. Vance's 3 kids stole the show yesterday. Did you see them? Oh, my God, they were adorable. But now let's head into the newsroom. Here's Mike Scott.
7 below zero as sunrise starts over Lake Michigan this morning, 6:32. Donald Trump taking immediate action after returning to the presidency just hours after inauguration on Monday. Trump signing several executive orders, including one that grants pardons to roughly 1,500 who were convicted in the J6 rioting. The signing of a series of executive orders led the president on an exchange with journalists about his policies toward Israel. Fox's Trey Yinks this morning is in Tel Aviv.
President Trump signed a series of executive orders in the Oval Office. He took the opportunity to speak with a small group of journalists as part of the extended press pool. Trump made many headlines discussing foreign policy. One of the biggest that he sees an opportunity for normalization between Israel and Saudi Arabia, possibly this year.
Will you push Israel and Saudi Arabia to normalize relations?
I don't think I have to push him. I think it's going to happen, but maybe not quite yet. But they'll end up being in the Accords, the Abraham Accords.
Given the ceasefire that went into effect over the weekend between Israel and Hamas, there is room right now for discussion about a broader peace in the Middle East.
President Trump has nominated Mike Huckabee as ambassador to Israel. The president also commented on transgender athletes speaking Monday at the Liberty Ball, saying the Republican Party is the party of common sense and that, quote, We don't want to have men playing in women's sports, end quote. Members of the Biden family have received pardons as part of one of Joe Biden's final acts as president. Major deportation raids scheduled nationwide after President Trump's inauguration have been put on hold for now. Northern Illinois continues in the pocket of the deep freeze. In fact, much of the upper Midwest has high temps only into the single digits or the single digits below zero today, with wind chills dipping to 25 below. Make sure you check your phone or email for alerts, or check your school's website for updated information on potential closures and online learning. A developing story we're following out of central Illinois this morning in Urbana-Champaign, where 2 Chicago area women are dead following a hit-and-run crash in Urbana. Police say an SUV slammed into a Honda Civic stopped at the intersection of University and Kohler Avenues early Sunday. 5 people were taken to the hospital. Catherine Abraham of Glenview died not long after the crash, while Chloe Polson of Deerfield was pronounced dead yesterday. The driver of the SUV ran off and remains on the loose. The daughter-in-law of President Trump is scheduled to appear at a fundraiser next month in the northern suburbs. Lara Trump will speak at an event February 21 in McHenry County. In other news we're following this morning, authorities are investigating after an explosion significantly damaged a home in Bolingbrook on Oxford Drive. Another fire Monday afternoon engulfed an entire unit at a Beach Park mobile home community, and there was also a fire Monday on all 3 floors of an apartment building in the 1900 block of 73rd Place in Chicago's South Shore neighborhood. Bears have their new head coach, Ben Johnson. Former Detroit Lions offensive coordinator will get the job. Bulls beat the Clippers 112-99. Blackhawks lost to Carolina 4-3. Fighting Illini jumped 3 spots from number 20 to number 17 in yesterday's college basketball poll. The news, a service of Low T Center. If you're not feeling the same energy anymore, testosterone therapy or TRT may be the answer. Look for personalized treatment like you'll get with the TRT experts at Low T Center. Go to lowtcenter.com to book your appointment, lowtcenter.com. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Hugh Hewitt doesn't see anyone taking responsibility.
So I am mad at government. Government failed comprehensively, and every day brings a new feature of the failure from the top to the bottom, and we still do not have one resignation. Not one person has said, I screwed up. I resign. Just say a prayer for the city of angels, because it needs all of the angels to come back.
The Hugh Hewitt Show. Afternoons at 3, right before Sean Thompson at 4 on AM 560. The Answer.
Welcome back to Ask Hassellus.
If you could spend 1 month anywhere, where would you go?
Easy. I'd go to bed.
I mean anywhere in the world.
Precisely.
You'd spend the entire month in bed?
Specifically, a new Tempur-Pedic from Hassellus Mattress.
Why?
Because I can take 60 months to pay for it. Through Monday, get 60 months interest-free financing on select Tempur-Pedic mattresses, plus a $300 MasterCard gift card.
60 months. That means...
You can buy a Queen Tempur-Pedic ProAdapt Hybrid with ease-adjustable base for just $74 a month.
And I get a $300 MasterCard gift card.
Free next-day delivery and employee-free showrooms, too.
So I can try and buy...
With no pushy sales guy.
Hang on.
What are you doing?
Searching for a travel agent to book a month-long vacation at Hassellus Mattress.
Enjoy 60 months interest-free financing on select Tempur-Pedics through Monday at Hassellus Mattress. Open 9 to 9. Find a Chicagoland showroom near you or shop online at hassellus.com.
Family life is a crazy adventure filled with love and laughter, but it can also be demanding with work schedules, after-school activities, and trying to remember where you put your keys. It leaves you wondering, where does the time go? With so much going on, it can be easy to lose sight of your family's well-being. Balance of Nature fruits and veggies supplements offer an easy way to get a wide variety of whole food ingredients for your whole family. Don't let a busy schedule get in the way of your family's well-being. Start your journey with Balance of Nature supplements today. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go to balanceofnature.com and sign up as a new preferred customer to get 35% off your first preferred set with free shipping and our money-back guarantee. That's 1-800-246-8751. Don't wait. Go to balanceofnature.com or call 1-800-246-8751 and get this special offer by using discount code CHICAGO.
Hair Volume is the best-selling hair tablet in the world and one of many award-winning natural hair products from New Nordic. Purchase at newnordicusa.com or CVS.
6:39 Team Hochberg Traffic Center time. A service this hour of Straight Talk Wireless. Don't let data limits hold you back. In the family group chat, switch to Straight Talk Wireless and get real unlimited data on a reliable 5G network. Straight Talk, available at Walmart or straighttalk.com. Kennedy, bad accident. 2 left lanes are blocked inbound between North Avenue and the Hubbard Street Tunnel. Stevenson building rapidly now as you travel from 355 into DuSable Lakeshore Drive. Pulaski to Kedzie, a trouble spot early this morning. Tri-State still clearing a disabled vehicle with a left lane block northbound between 47th all the way up to past Ogden Avenue. Lake County, Mundelein, US 45, that's Lake Street, north and southbound, shut down near Route 176 due to a bad accident there. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next. Now your official Chicagoland weather forecast. Sunshine with bitter cold today, high near 4 above. Bitterly cold with increasing clouds overnight, low 2 above. Not as cold tomorrow, cloudy, breezy, and a few flurries, and a high of 26. 4 below right now. Next news at 7. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. If you're looking for the latest news, insight into what it means, and the sharpest opinion, there's only one station in Chicago where you can turn, and it's this one. We're AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. Yesterday's inauguration. CBS Morning, the news crew there, the Gayle Kings, Oprah's gal pal.
Besties, okay.
Norah O'Donnell, Margaret Brennan's gal pal. Co-moderators, remember them?
Oh, yeah.
They were waiting with bated breath for the festivities to begin, but they noticed something that was troubling. So the whole team got into the act to see if they could find Waldo, as it were. But I mean, a Waldo who was a person of color.
You guys, I have to say, I'm looking at this crowd. I do not see many people of color.
Oh, boy.
Has anybody else besides me observed that? I'm fascinated by why that is.
On Martin Luther King Jr. Day, the most notable and one of the most high-ranking is Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson, first black woman to serve on the U.S. Supreme Court, notably appointed by Joe Biden as he wanted to follow in the footsteps of Jimmy Carter in appointing a number of women and black women to the federal judgeships.
General Brown, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, is probably there. In fact, that might be the side of his head. No, because he's, I can't tell what uniform that is. I can't tell from this. But he was undoubtedly there.
Yeah, I saw Jim Clyburn.
Yeah. John Dickerson was on Black Dude Watch, too, there. So, fascinating. What wonderful intellects. I found a black dude, our friend and pastor from Detroit named Lorenzo Sewell, who gave, unsurprisingly, we had him on the show a few days back, and I am not surprised that he gave this rousing prayer that he gave yesterday. It was big fun from Lorenzo Sewell.
We pray that you use our president, that we will live in a nation where we will not be judged by the color of our skin, but by the content of our character. Heavenly Father, in the name of Jesus, we are so grateful today that you will use our 47th president so we would sing with new meaning, my country, 'tis of thee. Sweet land of liberty, of thee I sing. Land where my fathers died, land of the pilgrim's pride from every mountainside. Let freedom ring, and because America is called to be a great nation, we believe that you will make this come true. So let freedom ring. From the prodigious hilltops of New Hampshire, let freedom ring. From the mighty mountains of New York, let freedom ring. From the heightening Alleghenies of Pennsylvania, let freedom ring. From the snow-capped Rockies of Colorado, let freedom ring. From the curvaceous hilltops of California, but God, we're asking you not only that, let freedom ring from Stone Mountain, Georgia. Let freedom ring from Lookout Mountain of Tennessee. Let freedom ring from every hill and every molehill in Mississippi, from every state, every city, every village, and every hamlet. And when we let freedom ring, we will be able to speed up that day where all of your children, black men and white men, Protestant and Catholic, Jew and Gentile, will be able to sing in the meaning of that old Negro spiritual, free at last, free at last. Thank you, God Almighty. We are free at last. If you believe where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is liberty. Come on, put your hands together and give your great God great glory.
Hey, John Dickerson, did you see that black guy? Oh, man, Lawrence Sewell was great. That was so much fun. And by the way, of course, that was the segue for Trump to offer, I mean, in a sense, his response to the D.C. press corps, nicely represented by CBS. Trump presaging the executive order he would sign later in the day.
This week, I will also end the government policy of trying to socially engineer race and gender into every aspect of public and private life. We will forge a society that is colorblind and merit-based. As of today, it will henceforth be the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female.
DEI is out, MEI is in. For more on this, pleased to be joined by William Jacobson, clinical professor of law and director of the Securities Law Clinic at Cornell, founder of LegalInsurrection.com and president of the Legal Insurrection Foundation, as well as the Equal Protection Project. Professor Jacobson, thanks for joining us again. Appreciate it.
Thank you for having me back.
Do you agree with me that Pastor Sewell's a cappella performance rivaled Carrie Underwood's yesterday, by the way? Just as an aside.
Well, yeah. I mean, if someone had not told me who it was, the cadence, the tone, the voice, you would have thought it was a historical recording of Martin Luther King Jr.
Yeah.
So it really was, I think, there were many highlights of that whole ceremony, but I think that came across very powerfully.
What about the EO on DEI, as so indicated in Trump's remarks in his address?
Yeah, well, two things happened after the inauguration, some point last night. One, he signed an order rescinding a whole bunch of Biden executive orders, and included in those were two of them for what Biden called his racial equity agenda. So in 2021 and reiterated in 2023, Biden had forced the bureaucracy to implement, call it DEI, call it critical race theory, call it whatever you want, but racial preferences throughout the government. So those were rescinded. So that's part number one of what he did. Part number two, in a separate executive order, he ordered the end of diversity, equity, and inclusion in the federal government. Fairly specific, listing the sort of job titles that can't exist anymore, prohibiting, the use of race and color in hiring and things like that, which, of course, should have already been the law, except the Biden administration ignored it. This will have a significant impact on federal programs and federal hiring that elevated racial, quotas essentially over merit-based hiring.
And the legislation that was passed that will go to President Trump's desk to essentially amend the amendment that the Biden administration made to Title IX to prohibit men from playing girls' sports in federally funded schools. The extent of that Title IX language change, what that means for K through 12, what that means for any entity that receives federal funding.
Well, I think the important part of that is that it prohibits federal funding being used for any of those purposes. And in all of these things, people need to understand the money is what matters. Okay, federal funding is the elephant in every room in education. And if you prohibit the use of federal funds for those purposes, and you nonetheless do that, so you could get $10 million, but if you allocate even $50,000 towards things that are prohibited, you're putting everything at risk. So that's an enormous hammer hanging over the heads of the DEI bureaucracy and the gender ideology bureaucracies that you cannot use federal funds for these purposes. And I don't think his DEI order really went far enough because it really only affected the what the federal government does. But the other order, the order on gender and sex and identities, went even further, and it prohibited the use of the funds. So I think that this will have an enormous impact. What you see particularly teachers' unions completely disregarding the law, using their local political power to push the ideology into the school, teaching things whatever they want to teach. That now puts the entire district's funding at risk. So I think this will have an important, impact if the federal government and the Department of Justice and the Department of Education actually enforce these things.
So, Mr. Jacobson, let me ask you that hypothetically, or not even, could be a true story. There's somebody at a public school that's a male who's transitioning to be a female and is on the volleyball team, and they refuse to take that player off the team. What will happen to their federal funding?
Well, it's not clear, but it potentially, if it's their policy to allow that, that would violate this executive order and presumably the amended Title IX rules that would be promulgated, and it would put their funding at risk. Now, that's somewhat the case now, not for gender ideology, but for racial discrimination, which we cover a lot at the Equal Protection Project, where the schools are openly violating the rules. They're openly violating federal policy. They're openly violating the Civil Rights Act, and nothing ever happens to them. We file a complaint with the Department of Education, and the school says, okay, we'll stop doing this. But there's never an enforcement mechanism vis-a-vis funding. So these are all important things, but they have to be enforced. And that would go whether it's racial discrimination, whether it's DEI, whether it's gender identity ideology. If the government's not going to actually pull the money, then the schools won't change their behavior.
Presidential pardon power is that's in the wake of the preemptive pardons that Biden issued. Is that something that you would like to see the Supreme Court weigh in on to provide any guidance as to whether or not there are any limitations, whether it's the president pardoning himself, whether it's the matter of these preemptive pardons? Richard Epstein, we talked to last week, believes that a compelling argument can be made that preemptive pardons are not within the scope of POTUS pardon power. But, of course, this is all a matter for academic discussion at this point.
Well, I think you'd have to have somebody who's prosecuted, notwithstanding the pardon, for a case with quote-unquote standing to get into the court system. I'm not sure the theoretical passing of pardons or the theoretical, the issuing of pardons is enough to get it into the courts. But that's a technical issue. I don't know the history of the pardon power thoroughly enough to say whether, looking back to how it was originally created, this would be outside of it. But my feeling is that you either amend the Constitution and you specify it, or you leave it alone. And I think my inclination is to leave it alone, that we have, whenever you have bad conduct, there may be an inclination to immediately change the Constitution. And what Biden did is really bad conduct. He proved beyond any doubt that there really was a Biden family, crime family.
Yeah.
And, so we used to say Biden crime family almost like half jokingly, but it was. I mean, that's what it was. We all know it now. We'll never get the facts of it, probably, but so just because Joe Biden pardoned the Biden crime family, I'm not sure we need to rush out to change the Constitution. So we can condemn it. But, he pushed everything to the limit, not just in terms of what he did, but the timing. I mean, has there ever been anything done by an outgoing president 15 minutes before the new president is sworn in?
Well, are you surprised he didn't pardon himself?
Slightly cynical, yes. Mm-hmm.
Well, I think he knows, because the Justice Department has already basically said, or his special counsel has said, he's not mentally competent to stand trial. No, I don't think Joe Biden himself is worried about getting prosecuted. They literally would be putting, an empty shell on the stand. So I don't think he's worried about himself. He's obviously not worried about Jill, Dr. Jill, so-called Dr. Jill. She probably didn't have involvement in those things, but his whole other family did. I mean, this is not something recent. For decades, that family has been, using his positions of power to enrich the family. I mean, everybody knows that. They know it now. And so, but I'm not ready yet to rush out and change the Constitution just because, Joe Biden proved that he is the Joe Biden we warned everybody about.
Professor William Jacobson, clinical professor of law and director of the Securities Law Clinic at Cornell, founder of LegalInsurrection.com, president of the Legal Insurrection Foundation and the Equal Protection Project. Professor Jacobson, thank you as always.
Thank you.
Thank you. And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer.
Your show keeps me alive during the week. There's nobody I'd rather listen to between 5 and 9 in the morning than you guys.
On AM 560, The Answer.
Papa Nicholas Coffee, a Chicagoland tradition for over 5 generations, combines heritage and innovation in every cup. Our coffee is locally roasted, hot air roasted, and cold blended in small batches to ensure premium quality. Whether you prefer a 12-ounce bag or a 28-ounce bag, or even the convenience of K-Cups, you'll find Papa Nicholas Coffee at your local retailer. Taste the difference that 5 generations of expertise brings. Choose Papa Nicholas Coffee, because great coffee is our family tradition. Visit online at papanicholas.com. That's papanicholas.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
That sound means it's time for In-Depth History with Frank, the history teacher from Arlington Heights, because there's nothing new in this world, just the history you don't know, and Frank does. Frank, take it away.
Good morning. The account of Monte Cristo by Alexandre Dumas. Dumbass. So said Hayward in the film Shawshank Redemption when looking at the donated books that came in. Andy Dufresne corrected him on the pronunciation of Alexander Dumas and told him he would like the book as it was a story about a prison break. But this is incomplete, as it is also a story about injustice, vengeance, hope, and forgiveness. One thing I'll be able to forgive the U.S. government for is its sugar rationing during World War II that led to the Three Musketeers candy bar being whittled down from 3 separate bars with chocolate, vanilla, and strawberry nougat to just 1 bar with the chocolate only that we have today. So I'll never get to experience that, but I'll live. I'm less forgiving of Congress's overriding of FDR's veto on a 1944 revenue bill that increased the percentage of households actually paying income tax from 7 to 64%, and which is now a permanent aspect of our imperial Pax Americana economy. Completely unforgivable, though, is our own version of Dumas' The Man in the Iron Mask, which is based on the true story of Eustache Daguerre, who was imprisoned in the Bastille for 34 years until his death because he was somehow a threat to King Louis XIV. In our case, what happened to the protesters of the glaringly obvious irregularities of the 2020 election is a type of tragedy that Racine would have had performed at Versailles for the Sun King. Our J6 hostages were just given full pardon by President Trump, but deserve restitution as well for having had their rights trampled on under the color of law by their own government.
Neatly done, the going through the whole oeuvre of Alexander Dumas, who also wrote The Three Musketeers, for those that were listening attentively. Nicely done, Frank. I agree with you about the possibility of civil restitution for J6 defendants. We haven't talked about that, but it's important that you raise it. Frank, thank you as always. Nicely done.
Thank you.
All right, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
At 7:07, we'll continue our conversation about the regime change with Bob Woodson. We'll talk a little bit about DOGE in addition to DEI. 7:07.
But now let's head into that newsroom. Here's Mike Scott.
Dangerous cold continues to blanket northern Illinois. Pritzker to sign the Dignity and Pay Act. And WIND Chicago News Time is 7 o'clock.
A record-breaking day one. I'm Chris Foster, Fox News. It was just a half day, really. President Trump, in between his re-inauguration yesterday at noon and the last inaugural ball of the night, signed dozens of executive actions and orders to hit the ground running in his second term.
For the first time in 4 years, President Trump is waking up here at the White House, and it comes after he spent all day yesterday, really, signing a frenzy of executive orders. Many of those executive orders focused on border security, freezing regulations, the environment, and energy policy. He also pardoned about 1,500 people who were charged in the January 6th Capitol riot. Trump also revealed his administration's planning to impose 25% tariffs on Canada and Mexico beginning around February 1st.
Fox's Jackie Heinrich. There are already lawsuits over the president's order to end automatic citizenship for anyone born in the United States.
It's ridiculous. We're the only country in the world that does this with birthright, as you know. And it's just absolutely ridiculous. But we'll see. We have very good grounds.
Well, almost every country in North and South America has automatic birthright citizenship. Many others have it with some limitations. Winter storms in the forecast for much of the South.
Cities as far south as Houston, Baton Rouge, New Orleans, as well as Pensacola, Tallahassee, and Destin, Florida, all under winter storm warnings. Houston has already closed its major airports, while governors in Florida and Louisiana declared preemptive states of emergency. The last recordable snowfall in New Orleans was back in 2009. The cold weather could set new low temperature records in Missouri, Texas, Louisiana, and Alabama. Most areas could see several inches of snow over the next few days. Ted Lindner, Fox News.
There are evacuation orders in San Diego County, California. 3 wildfires broke out overnight and spread. There is an extreme fire weather warning in Southern California again due to high wind. America's listening to Fox News.
Sunrise, 7 below zero. It feels like 24 below with the wind chill. Good morning, everyone. I'm Mike Scott. Northern Illinois and good chunk of the upper Midwest continues in the deep freeze this morning. A cold weather advisory is in effect. Numerous area schools are closed or switching to e-learning. Make sure you check your phone or email for alerts or your school's website for updated information on closures and e-learning. A reminder to check your flights and Amtrak tickets as well. There have been several preemptive closures and cancellations ahead of the extreme cold today. 2 Chicago area women are dead following a hit-and-run crash in Urbana. Police say an SUV slammed into a Honda Civic near the intersection of University and Kohler Avenues early Sunday. 5 were taken to the hospital. Catherine Abraham of Glenview died not long after the crash, while Chloe Polson of Deerfield was pronounced dead yesterday. Protesters in Chicago tried to make their voices heard as President Trump began his second term in office.
If Trump's rhetoric is anything to go by, he intends to double down to inflict further misery on us. But at the same time, we're not afraid. It just means we have to fight back harder.
Chicago Police Department is also responding to questions about President Trump's plans to deport migrants. CPD releasing a statement saying they are banned by the Welcoming City Ordinance from participating in civil immigration enforcement operations. Police in Northwest Indiana are investigating after his son, allegedly gunned down his father to protect his mother during an altercation between the pair. The incident happened Saturday night in East Chicago. Police continue to investigate. Chicago sports. Bears have their new head coach. Team is finalizing a deal to bring Ben Johnson in for the job.
If he can get with the people and get with the Chicagoans, that's all we need. Play, and then Caleb Williams. He plays to his strengths. Man, we can go far. We can go deep.
Looks like former New Orleans head coach Dennis Allen will be brought in as defensive coordinator. The Bulls, a win over the Clippers, 112-99. Blackhawks lost to Carolina 4-3. College hoops, Fighting Illini jumped 3 spots in yesterday's college basketball poll to number 17. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
It's a new year, and any day now, you'll see that credit card bill for all the Christmas shopping you did. It sure would be nice to start the new year with some new cash, wouldn't it? Well, AM 560 wants to make that happen by giving you the chance to win $2,025 to start 2025. Enter for your chance to win at 560theanswer.com/cash. That's 560theanswer.com/cash.
You've likely heard about Relief Factor and how so many people enjoy a better, more pain-free life because of it. If you're dealing with everyday pain, it makes sense you'd want to try it first. Well, Relief Factor makes that pretty pain-free too, with their 3-week quick start for just $19.95. An easy, affordable way to see how it could literally change your life. Relief Factor is a daily supplement that fights pain naturally, developed by doctors. Relief Factor doesn't just mask pain temporarily, it helps reduce or eliminate pain. In fact, the longer you take it, the more effective it is. Trying it couldn't be easier with their 3-week quick start for only $19.95. That's less than $1 a day. And it just takes a phone call. 1-800-4-RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF. Wherever you're having pain, every day you feel better is a day you live better. Try Relief Factor's 3-week quick start today. Visit ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF.
If you have high blood pressure, listen to this story. Ira was given a grim diagnosis about his blood pressure. His doctor warned it's sky high. If he didn't get it down in 3 weeks, he was going to need surgery. So Ira began exercising, went on medication. But what seemed to be the miracle change, his diet. After thorough research and consulting with a nutritionist friend, Ira concocted a juice from foods that work like natural blood pressure medicines. 2 weeks later, his blood pressure dropped 30 points. What helped save Ira's life, amazed his doctor, is now available to you. Ira and his nutritionist founded 120 Life, a delicious juice and powdered mix with natural ingredients that have shown to lower blood pressure. Try it yourself risk-free with a 2-week trial pack. Go to 120life.com and use coupon code 560 to save 15% and get free shipping. They're so sure it can noticeably lower your blood pressure in 2 weeks, they'll give your money back if you're not satisfied. Order now, 120life.com. Use coupon code 560 at checkout.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies supplements, changing the world one life at a time.
I'm 76. I had been retired for about 10 years, and at 68, I decided to go back to work. Our company had a contest, and it was a walking, steps. I ended up, by the time it's the end of the 6 weeks, I was doing like 17,000 steps a day. So after the contest, I came in third. I kept hearing about Balance of Nature, and I thought, you know what, I'm going to give it a try. So I did.
Start your journey with Balance of Nature supplements today. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go to balanceofnature.com and sign up as a new preferred customer to get 35% off your first preferred set. Don't wait. Now's the time to take action. Go to balanceofnature.com or call 1-800-246-8751 and get this special offer by using discount code CHICAGO.
7:08. Let's get an update on the roads. Team Hochberg Traffic Center time. Due to an earlier accident, the inbound Kennedy jammed up between Sacramento and the Hubbard Street Tunnel. It's 40 minutes from O'Hare into the Burns Circle interchange this morning. Tri-State stop and go northbound between the Reagan and the Eisenhower Merge. Mundelein Watch out in Lake County. North and southbound Lake Street shut down between Route 176 and Dunbar due to a bad accident. Cleanup continues there. And in Johnsburg, Route 31 still shut down near Johnsburg Road due to a bad structure fire being put out. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next. Now your official Chicagoland weather forecast with Steve Williams.
A cold weather advisory in effect this morning. Sun, bitter cold day today. The high only 4. Make sure you dress warm. For tonight, clouds, bitter cold night, low 2. For tomorrow, clouds and breezy cold. Few flurries. High tomorrow at 26. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560, The Answer.
7 below. Next news, 7:30. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. One of the many executive orders signed by President, again, Trump yesterday was to formally establish the DOGE, Department of Government Efficiency. And by the way, I guess Vivek is out. He's going back to Ohio, apparently, to prep to run for governor. No, there's also rumors there may have been a bit of a falling out between Musk and Ramaswamy. But regardless,
Musk
DOGE,
won.
DOGE moves forward.
Uh-huh.
A good piece by Kyle Peterson, Wall Street Journal editorial board, very much like some of the speechifying and publications Rand Paul has put on, just talking about how massive and cosmically silly our government is. Our government where the Federal Register, the inventory of federal regulations, runs 107,000 pages. If the law is unknowable, you don't have the rule of law. Kyle Peterson provides some recent examples of what DOGE is up against. The Agricultural Marketing Services, using the power vested in it by the Watermelon Research and Promotion Act of 1985. You remember that?
Oh, I love that one.
The Agricultural Marketing Services, using that power from the Watermelon Research and Promotion Act of 85, approved a request to increase the assessment rate from 6 cents per hundredweight to 9 cents. The extra cash will be deployed by the National Watermelon Promotion Board to, quote, strengthen the position of watermelons in the marketplace, unquote. As Kyle Peterson says, so watch out, big cantaloupe. Watermelon's coming for you. Separately, the feds are holding a referendum of natural grass sod producers to see if they favor a similar setup. I mean, I always say you gotta check. Wow. You make a change to the watermelon protocol. You have to check with the grass sod producers to see if they're on board. Another example of what we're talking about. The International Trade Commission determined after a 220-page investigation under the Tariff Act of 1930 that U.S. manufacturers are likely being injured by underpriced, quote, imports of paper file folders from Cambodia and Sri Lanka. It's about time somebody stuck it to Cambodia and Sri Lanka. This trade case was initiated, International Trade Commission, by the Coalition of Domestic Fold Manufacturers. Did you renew your membership?
I was thinking about it. I don't know.
Which wants protectionist duties on, well, the folders that they produce. The Trade Commission has also invited public input on another pending business complaint entitled Certain Urine Splash Guards and Components Thereof. I'll let you know how that turns out so you don't have to keep up with it.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. These are the sorts of things that you get when you have a government that is, millions of people strong in terms of employment and gets into all of the little nooks and crannies of the lives of people who are supposed to be living as free citizens. It's remarkable. It's funny, and it's unfunny at the same time. For more on Doge and the work they should do, pleased to be joined by Bob Woodson, founder and president of the Woodson Center, author of A Pathway to American Renewal, Red, White, and Black, Volume 2. The latest volume is out. A Pathway to American Renewal. Bob Woodson, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Always a pleasure, Dan. Always a pleasure.
So where should Doge start first? Those domestic fold manufacturers or the watermelon board? What do you think?
Well, I think they need to start with something that has a much more direct effect on injuring the least of these. Back in the 60s, I fought against some major policy changes that had a devastating effect on hundreds of institutions that were successfully serving black elderly during the time of segregation. And these were institutions that were established next to the church so that family members could care for their elderly and cook meals and come and care for them. But then the Comprehensive Mental Health and Mental Retardation Act was put in place. And what it did was it started to require such institutions to have an elevator and on any floors over 2 stories, even though it was elderly were on the first floor. And as a consequence of these regulations, it drove thousands of them out of business. And instead, they, rather than giving money for the local institutions to meet some requirements, they built these huge structures outside of the community, where and as a consequence, elderly were compelled to go into these high-end institutions that were run by consulting firms, and as a consequence, the number of black elderly deaths skyrocketed during that time because it just disturbed this whole network of elder care institutions. That's just one example of how government intervened and destroyed a whole network of people, monetizing poor people to the point where many of the politicians who supported these regulatory changes also were investors in these institutions as well.
That's a good one. So, I mean, we've got examples like that at the state level in Illinois. I know exactly what you're talking about. But what it did was consolidate, essentially incentivize the consolidation of the industry so only big players could afford to provide these services in institutional type settings, like you're saying, rather than providing a stipend and thus incentive to keep an elderly parent or a family member with a disability in a home setting. That's what you're saying.
Absolutely. I remember taking some of these executive directors, and we took 200 elderly people in wheelchairs to sit in at the state capitol in Harrisburg to protest these regulations. So that was my involvement with the civil rights movement. We addressed issues that had a direct effect on the quality of life of people in these communities. And I could spend the rest of the day giving you other examples of how this disabling legislation helped to disrupt these mediating institutions in these communities and result in the kind of chaos that you're seeing in the inner cities today.
This is such an important aspect of the conversation on deregulation because it conjures up, you're going to cut funding for this. It's all about dollars and cents necessarily. And these regulatory environments these regulatory regimes, I should say, create perverse incentives like we're describing. An example you may be aware of as well from Illinois, this because it leveled all the way up to the Supreme Court in a case called Harris v. Quinn. This is 15 years ago when Pat Quinn was governor here, but it was allowing allowing SEIU, government union, to essentially forcibly organize parents who were serving as home health care workers for the disabled children. It was essentially, it was a stipend program, just like we're sort of describing here, you were describing, where the a parent got $1,500 a month to keep a disabled child at home and care for that child, because it makes a lot more sense. It aligns interests. Who has more interest in the positive well-being of their disabled child than the parent? So there's a program that's actually working. But then the government came in and said, SEIU, you can unionize it, essentially creating a collective bargaining unit and putting a government union between parents and their children. It was lunacy. But it required the Supreme Court to weigh in and declare it such in order for it to be, for sanity to be returned. And so this isn't a dollars and cents thing. This is about, here's a program that makes sense. Here's a program that's working. Here's a program that has broad support. So, but the regulatory environment that was created to serve a key political constituency, a government union, is what needed to be addressed, not a dollar. It wasn't a cutting or an augmenting in terms of dollars and cents.
It really did. And another quick example of when we have a program that we supported where 5 moms came together to work for the Eddie Bauer Company, and they paid a 6th one to care for their children. She stayed home and cared for the children. Well, the state stepped in and says, well, she has to be a licensed daycare provider.
Right.
In other words, and this is an example where certification is supposed to be synonymous with qualification. A mom could raise 5 children successfully under the worst conditions and have them all successful, but don't qualify to provide daycare. Somebody else could have a master's degree and hate children and still get licensed to provide that service.
Are you engaging at all with DOJ on this aspect of the regulatory conversation?
Yes, we are. We hope to reach out to this administration and offer to bring together 30 grassroots leaders from around the country, as we did when Reagan was in office, to bring them together for us to share examples of effective ways to empower these institutions and identify from their perspective what are the rules that need to change. So we are a strong supporter of DOJ, and we hope to be making outreach to this administration to offer help. We have 3,500 grassroots leaders in 39 states. They're black, white, brown, all are convicted to the whole notion of self-development. We're offering to do that. I'm excited about the prospects of them meeting with us and listening to these voices. They have to deliver on. I think Trump is the first post-racial president, and I think there is a promise that was made, and I think it is important for this administration to deliver on that promise to particularly those black and brown people who voted for him in record numbers. What they're looking for is not extra anything. They're looking at government help. All they're asking right now is to change the rules so that their institutions can be the primary care institutions for the people they serve.
This is something, too, that just needs much greater understanding. This point really needs to be driven home, like you do so well on the full range of issues in terms of helping people across the racial spectrum become self-sufficient, which I know is your life's work. These regulatory regimes hurt poor people the most. So if you're in the business of helping poor people, just like we talk about when it comes to lawlessness and a variety of other societal ills, if you're really interested in helping people on the lower end of the socioeconomic ladder, then you have to remove these barriers that have been erected to prevent them from helping themselves. I mean, but we need more, Bob Woodson storytelling.
Yeah, when I first came to Washington many years ago, there were thousands of vendors on the streets of Washington. And it's very interesting, when blacks took over the government, they regulated these vendors off the streets. And as a consequence, crime went up because many of the vendors were setting up outside of businesses, and it deterred crime. And it's just amazing. And for many of the low-income communities, vendors were the only source of stores, grocery stores, and so when they were removed from the streets of our downtown, they were also removed from all the neighborhoods. And so you saw a dramatic increase in violence. Access to goods and services were diminished. I mean, regulation has really ruined this country, and I'm really feel blessed that this president is going to take this seriously by having people with a business background, not a social service background, that profit from the suppression of low-income people.
Are there any other recommended cuts from the federal budget that you could provide for President Trump?
Well, I think, there are several, but he must, rather than just, if you're just concentrating on cuts, you become low income, you become low budget liberals. It is important to redirect and reinvest, so that if you're for limited government, you should be for mediating institutions. In other words, provide an alternative means for people to receive the help that they need. So you have to be just as strong in talking about what alternative ways that people can get their needs met that are within their own control, and how government can be supportive of this, rather than just concentrate on what you can cut. I believe in cutting, but you should be cut by reducing the need for the service. If we're able to reduce gang violence, and as a consequence, fewer people are in need of intensive care, which is like $5,000 a day, then that money should be reinvested in institutions within the community that's helping to reduce the influx of these problems. So we should always be looking for ways to reinvest in a way that drives down costs at the same time, provides the means for people to obtain the services that they need. Only rather than government providing them, the people should be providing them for themselves, with government as an adjunct, but not the primary provider.
Excellent. Low budget liberals. I love that. I'm stealing it.
Yeah, I know you would.
Bob Woodson is, the Trump administration and this country blessed to have you engaged on this issue, as so many others. Bob Woodson is the founder and president of the Woodson Center, the author of A Pathway to American Renewal. Red, White, and Black, Volume 2 is out. Bob, thank you as always. Appreciate your time.
Thank you always.
Oh, God bless. And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
Before you see it on TV, share it on Facebook, or read about it in the paper. Hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
The following is not an actor, but a real-life story from Trinity Debt Management.
My debt problem started probably about 2016. I needed my life to change financially. I called Trinity, and I ended up joining based on high credit card bills and high interest rate. And my counselor at Trinity has been great, and Trinity has been helping me to get on the right path of paying off these credit card bills, bringing down the interest rate. They have consolidated my bills into one low monthly payment. And now I am finally getting out of credit card debt. So I just want to say thank you, Trinity, for showing me a better and greater path.
If you're in debt and you need help, call Trinity at 1-800-990-6976.
My name is Sharon, and soon I will be debt-free for keeps.
1-800-990-6976.
New year, time to keep that promise of getting your testosterone levels checked. Don't put it off. Get tested in January. If you're often feeling tired, lacking motivation and drive, gaining weight, or noticing a loss of muscle mass, these could all be signs of low testosterone. Don't wait. Find out. At Low T Center, they make it easy to get your levels checked. It's just a simple test. And with their on-site lab, you get your results back right there. Low T Center is not a typical doctor's office. Their physicians specialize in treating low T with testosterone replacement therapy, or TRT, for each patient. Their personal treatment plans are optimized for each patient. They're not just basic standard treatments for everybody. For current patients, Low T Center offers you a $150 referral credit for each new patient you refer. And at Low T Center, you can also get your health evaluated for treatment with prescription GLP-1 weight loss medications. So get back to your best by visiting lowtcenter.com to book your appointment today. Again, that's lowtcenter.com. Low T Center, reinventing men's healthcare.
This is Hugh Hewitt for townhall.com.
The golden age of America begins right now. During every single day of the Trump administration, I will very simply put America first.
The 47th President of the United States was superb. It should be remembered as the golden age of America speech, but it will probably just be referenced as Trump's second inaugural. It was Abraham Lincoln who borrowed from the book of Proverbs when he described the American commitment to individual liberty as the apple of gold, protected by the Constitution's frame of silver. Donald Trump hearkened back to that when he guaranteed everyone that we will forge a policy that is colorblind and merit-based. That's what the Constitution has demanded since the 14th Amendment was ratified and has too often been, in recent years, honored in its breach. Bravo, President Trump, and Godspeed. I'm Hugh Hewitt.
My name is Dr. Joe Mealy. I've been a dentist for 56 years, and I'm a certified nutritional consultant. I started taking Balance of Nature 15 years ago. I think most people think when they eat fruits and vegetables, this is their idea of fruits and vegetables. I had an apple today. I had a pear today. I had a banana. That's their fruits and vegetables. They don't understand that each one of those fruits and vegetables has different nutrients than the others. Balance of Nature has made a significant difference in my life, in my wife's life. I feel we're on this earth to help each other, and if other people can benefit from my experience, I think that would be one of the best ways I could justify still being here at 81.
Go to balanceofnature.com and get 35% off your first preferred set with free shipping as a new preferred customer by using discount code Chicago.
You said bye-bye to big government. Now it's time to trim the fat from Big Wireless. Pure Talk gives you the exact same service. They use the same cell towers, the same 5G network. You get better customer service, and you pay half the price for the exact same thing. Get unlimited talk, text, 15 gigs of data with mobile hotspot for just $35 a month. Make the switch. You simply dial pound 250. You say the keyword save now. Save an additional 50% off your first month. Pure Talk, America's wireless company.
The new year means new health goals, not just for your body, but your finances too. Your personal info is in so many places that are outside of your control. It only takes one mistake, and not even your mistake, to expose you to identity theft and lost funds. If your identity's stolen, LifeLock's restoration specialist will fix it, guaranteed, or your subscription money back, and resolve to make identity, health, and wealth part of your New Year's goals with LifeLock. Visit LifeLock.com and save up to 40% off your first year with promo code CLAY. Terms apply.
AM 560, The Answer.
All right, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Jelly Belly weighs in on Trump and illegal immigration, while BLM Brandon does what Chicago mayors do, whatever New York does. 7:37 with Ted Dabrowski.
But first, let's stop by that newsroom once again. Here is Mike Scott. Good morning, Mike.
7:32 right now, officially in Chicago, 4 below. For our friends in Aurora, it's 10 below this morning with a wind chill of minus 28. Around the world this morning, fire at a hotel at a ski resort in Turkey has killed 10 and hospitalized now 42 others. Afghanistan's Taliban government has announced the release of 2 Americans in a prisoner exchange. Officially, the Taliban did not name the pair, but the family of Ryan Corbett confirmed he had been released. The Senate has confirmed Marco Rubio as Secretary of State. Another cabinet pick, John Ratcliffe for CIA, is expected to have a swift vote this morning. Donald Trump hitting the ground running after making his way back to the White House. Hours after his inauguration Monday, Trump signing several executive orders, including one that grants pardons to roughly 1,500 who were convicted in the January 6th rioting.
So this is January 6th. These are the hostages. Approximately 1,500 for a pardon.
Yes.
Full pardon.
Full pardon or commutations?
Full pardon.
Officials in Los Angeles are warning of dangerous fire conditions. Mayor Karen Bass says everyone needs to be on high alert. The National Weather Service is saying some are predicting wind gusts approaching 100 miles an hour. Northern Illinois and much of the upper Midwest continuing in the deep freeze this morning. Cold weather advisory is in effect. Check your phone or email for alerts or your school's website for updated information on closures and on e-learning today. Protesters in Chicago tried to make their voices heard as President Trump began his second term in office, rallying at Federal Plaza.
If Trump's rhetoric is anything to go by, he intends to double down to inflict further misery on us. But at the same time, we're not afraid. It just means we have to fight back harder.
Governor Pritzker releasing a statement that he believes the president's executive order to strip birthright citizenship from those born in this country to undocumented parents may be unconstitutional, in his opinion. Chicago sports. Bears have their new head coach. The team is finalizing a deal to give Ben Johnson the job. Bulls beat the Clippers 112-299, while the Blackhawks lost to Carolina 4-3. The news, a service of the AM 560 store. T-shirts, hoodies, and more from your favorite AM 560 brands, including Proft University. Go to 560theanswer.com/store. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Make sure that you never miss a day of Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson when you subscribe to the Chicago's Morning Answer podcast, presented by Signature Bank. Listen to the entire show each day on demand with limited commercial breaks. You can subscribe today for free at 560theanswer.com and click on podcasts or search for Chicago's Morning Answer on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google Podcasts, or wherever you listen to podcasts.
It's Reveille. With the Trump administration now firmly in charge of the country and his cabinet secretaries well on their way to approval, a new day has dawned in America and indeed the world. Much has been promised on the campaign trail and much is now expected from his voters. In short order, President Trump and his cabinet can affect change on a myriad of issues, including energy policy, foreign affairs, immigration control, DEI and wokeism in the government, and how our intel and federal law enforcement operate. Trump's executive orders are far-reaching and will put us on a path to make America great again. But Americans cannot think that Trump can solve other equally big problems our nation faces. America faces a skilled trade deficit. We need carpenters, electricians, welders, and plumbers to build and rebuild critical infrastructure that needs to be expanded and updated. Our national electrical grid must be hardened against cyber attacks. Our nation needs more craftsmen to build our new ships for our Navy. We face a recruiting crisis in the military. Even if DEI dies and meritocracy is restored, we still have a problem that over 70% of our 18 to 24-year-olds are not qualified to serve due to poor education, obesity, psychoactive drug use, and criminal backgrounds. America needs dedicated and qualified teachers. A nationwide shortage of such teachers exists, and the teacher union response is to get rid of basic skills tests. America is also facing a crisis in family formation and sustainable population growth among our native born. Strong families are the building block of society and a country. These issues and those of homegrown crime, homelessness, drug use, and mental health that have wreaked havoc on our communities and eaten up too much of our local and state budgets can only be fixed by the American people working on improving their own communities and leading their families responsibly. I'm Jeannie Ives. Check out The Real Story with me Sunday nights from 7 to 9 p.m. and sign up for my newsletter at breakthrough-ideas.com.
Come on with this, people. Move it!
Did you really think you could make that company deliver yourself?
Oh, I cannot handle any more traffic.
You could be getting much more done at your place of business.
I've wasted 45 minutes and now this place is gonna close.
Time is money. Let Quick Delivery Service take on the traffic hassle for you. They'll deliver almost anything, from large pallets of materials to important documents, or both. No forms, no labels, no scanning. Just tell Quick Delivery Service where it's going, they'll pick it up, and get it to your destination quickly. Your cargo delivery is tracked in real time with GPS. Notifications are delivered right to your inbox. visit QuickDelivery.com. That's QuickDelivery.com. Or you can deliver like this.
Seriously, another train?
Or get your delivery there on time with QuickDelivery.com. Or call 847-534-2244. 847-534-2244.
If better health, more energy, and detoxing your body are some of your priorities this year, get Active Liver today. You can find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS or online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com.
7:38 Team Hochberg Traffic Center time. And we start on the Kennedy where it is 35 minutes. O'Hare into the Burns Circle interchange. Delays on Lakeshore Drive. Right now, an accident is blocking 3 lanes on the northbound side right after 31st. Traffic is getting by using the acceleration lane, but it is very slow this morning. Watch out in Libertyville, an accident 176 west of Butterfield Road, and delays on the Metro UP West line, switching and rail failures. Delay times right now are sort of unknown. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next. Now your official Chicagoland weather forecast. Sunshine and bitterly cold, a high near 4 above today. Cold with increasing clouds overnight, a low of 2 above. Currently 10 below in Aurora and 9 below at O'Hare, officially 4 below along Chicago's lakefront. Your next news update is at 8, and Chicago's Morning Answer continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios.
Insert Democrat socialist here.
Runs the Democratic House floor for 30 plus years running. He's promising this and he's stealing that. Where can you get that kind of money? He's using your house like his own piggy bank. You ought to know by now. You can pay off your house here in Illinois, but you can never keep up with the taxes. Oh, how it's always been the plan to have a taxpayer pay, no doubt. Not a matter of if anymore, but when you're moving out. I said, when
Top of
you're
the morning,
moving
Dan
out.
and Amy. Jeannie Ives' commentary you just heard about the maleducation in Chicago, Illinois. Timely and nationally timely, because the illiterati in the Chicago Press Corps has struck again. The illiterati specifically at the NPR Times. These are state-funded journalists.
Right.
The headline this morning: Trump is back with the vegans. Trump is back with the vegans. This is not a typo, because they misspelled vengeance, V-E-G-E-N-C-E. This is, whoever wrote this is how they actually think vengeance is spelled.
Vegans.
Vegans.
Even I'm better than that.
Trump is back with the vegans. I think it may be Sherelle Parker, the mayor of Philadelphia, who is doubling as an editor at the NPR Times, make a little side cash, because this was her exhortation to cheer on the Eagles over the weekend in advance of the playoff game there where they beat the Rams.
Let me hear you all say, E-L-G-S-E-S, Eagles! Let's go, Birds!
E-L-G-S-E-S.
Oh, boy.
Eagles.
Somebody
Right?
buy a vowel.
Do I have that
Okay.
again?
Let me hear you all say,
Say it again.
E-L-G-S-E-S, Eagles!
E-L-G-S-E-S. Eagles. Let's go, Birds. Trump is back with the vegans.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, by the way, you were wrong about the Chiefs and the Lions. But you were right about Ohio
No,
State.
I was right about the Chiefs. I was wrong about the Lions, and I was wrong about the Ravens,
Ravens.
even though the Ravens should have won. I mean, turnovers. It's the same thing last night. You need Ohio State to turn the ball over in order to win. Didn't happen. Ohio State won. Yes, Ravens should have won, and the Lions just defecated in the bed. I mean,
They got
I don't know
nervous. They were playing scared.
don't know what to tell you on that. It's too bad. Ben Johnson, though, coming over to the Bears. Hopefully he'll holster that wide receiver pass. We got enough problems behind center. We don't need that gimmicky play that also cost the Lions. But anyway, I digress.
Really
Hopefully Ben Johnson will come back with the Vegans next year.
Yes, I want the
at the
Vegans.
helm of the Chicago Bears. Jelly Belly Pritzker, he is back with the Vegans, just as Trump is back with the Vegans. Because you remember when we had the prospect of a Trump presidency and the idea of deporting people who pose a public safety threat, you'd think that'd be fairly popular, but not in this state, not as long as Jelly Belly is at the helm.
One who intends to come take away the freedom and opportunity and dignity of Illinoisans. I would remind you that a happy warrior is still a warrior. You come for my people. You come through me.
So he's got the face paint on. He was at Lindblom High School, actually, getting the face paint on. And here's what he had to say about the impending presence of ICE agents in Chicago and so forth.
It's chaos. They won't communicate with the states. They won't tell us what they're going to do. We can't stop officials from Homeland Security coming into the state of Illinois. They're allowed to do that. And indeed, we want them to come into our state when they're doing things that are lawful.
But you don't come for his people.
Go through me.
Vegans is his, says the governor. For more on this, Ted Dabrowski, President of WirePoints, wirepoints.org, all things Illinois policy related. Ted, thanks for coming back with the Vegans to join us.
Hey, good morning. I'm here with the Vegans. Hey, it's amazing how he will say that it's chaos when, all of his policies, especially his sanctuary policies, have been chaos. It's created chaos. It's created chaos for all kinds of people, especially the black population and many Latinos. So it's just absolutely amazing the kind of things he'll say and kind of ignores what a mess he's made of the state.
Yeah, and the falling out though between BLM Brandon and Jelly Belly, that now that Jelly Belly, Ali G, the Secretary of State who maybe aspires to be the mayor of the city of Chicago, starting to break bad publicly on BLM Brandon, even though they all share the same position when it comes to things like sanctuary policies that and not cooperating with federal law enforcement.
Yeah, I mean, they absolutely all share the same philosophy, same ideology. Brandon Johnson's just a different brand, and he doesn't fit the normal brand because he's got his own way of operating things, and I think much more of a dysfunctional manager and can't keep things together, and that's kind of ticking off Janulius and Pritzker and those guys. So they want him out. There's no doubt that they want Johnson out. He doesn't play the game the right way, and so just watch for more of that. They're going to, I think, over time, unless something interesting happens during this immigration debate, Johnson's going to get squeezed more and more by the rest of his team.
The proposal that Johnson is floating, BLM Brandon, that is, he's floating if it's good enough for New York, it's good enough for Chicago, a little congestion tax to make the city that much more unattractive to visit.
Well, he needs money. He wants money, and they're talking about borrowing another $800 million or something like that pretty soon, and that should all be killed by the city council. I'm sure it won't be, but it should be. He needs money. He can't find the normal way of getting it. He couldn't get it through property taxes. He couldn't get it from the state, and here you go, something passed in New York, and he's going to grab onto it because it's something he can do. So watch out. But it's a horrific thing, I think, for Chicago, given what's happening with the office space and of course, the work from home, given what's happened with crime. The schools are not good, so people don't want to be there. There's so many strikes against Chicago right now, especially with Brandon Johnson there, that adding a congestion tax will just scare more of the likes of the big companies that are here. And we can't afford to lose, eventually a CME or a McDonald's, right? I think they're all next in line as they watch what's happening here. But congestion tax is another nail in the coffin.
Would that be with the Loop area? I mean, have they defined borders on where this congestion tax would begin and end?
Well, I know they're talking about a smaller area at the beginning, but that's the whole slippery slope, right? Just get it in, get it passed, and then of course as as the budget gets worse, you expand it because it's such a good policy kind of thing.
Do you expect a showdown between Tom Homan and company and the governor and or the mayor? I mean, do you expect a real showdown or just sort of this continuing rhetorical showdown? I don't really think they're going to be like spectacular raids. I think it's going to be much more surgical than that. But to the extent that there is opportunity, do you expect, just more of the sort of rhetoric you've heard from both of those Pauls to date? Or do you expect that there will be a real thou shalt not cross moment with Chicago police, blocking federal agents from doing their jobs?
Yeah, I've watched that a lot, and I've tried to give my own assessment of that. And I want to believe first that Trump and Homan will be smart, and they'll come in and do surgical moves, go straight to the jails, places where they know bad guys are, and do the easy things first and see what happens. But I would say as they roll this thing out across the country, they're going to see how far they can push the limit because just doing the easy ones won't be that many people, and it might be good for PR that they've got X number of bad guys. But if they really want to do scale, and if they're serious about it, then and we should be serious about it because in Chicago, we're a sanctuary for tons of these illegal immigrant criminals. So. I would expect Trump, and I think it all depends on how it goes, and Homan, they'll push the limit at some point, but they'll probably be smart and do it in a linear fashion rather than they get too aggressive. I just don't know how good it'll look publicly if you got bad pictures and bad video of an over aggressive process on it.
Yeah, because that's what they need, though. They need that visual of a woman clinging to her man who's being deported because he committed crimes. And then, she'll be a hero because, this poor woman, look at this. She's been victimized by Trump's policies.
Yeah, I was looking at a picture in the Tribune. They immediately have a picture of a mom holding a baby and a dad holding young kids, and that's the story, right? Their fear, and of course the Tribune's hopping on and immediately providing the imaging that they want everybody to see.
Right. These policy debates require making an argument. I don't know why it's so difficult. I mean, I know it's not difficult for you at Wire Points or us, but I don't know why it's so difficult to make an argument. People are upset because the CBP One app got turned off. Well, right, because it was a tool for open borders. It was a tool for for people to come here illegally, and that's not the way things go. Make the argument. The guy who gets deported and there's a tearful separation. Well, he's in the country illegally and he committed another crime or he's charged with another crime. I mean, give me a break. It was so difficult for people of a center-right perspective to find the words in these discussions, and I don't really understand why. That was sort of the call that you made in your piece about the need for disruption at the local level here, rather than just cheerleading Trump. Why, sort of like what we used to say about Reagan, rather than just parroting Reagan's lines, why don't you follow his example? So rather than just cheerleading Trump, why don't you follow his example and be disruptive locally?
Yeah, you mentioned 2 points there. The first is that we talk about, Pritzker just said it, the chaos that's being created. As if this is the chaos. No, the actual chaos was opening the borders and letting tons of people in, illegally. That was the real chaos, and the real chaos is also, spending all this, billions on Medicaid Light and services for a bunch of people who are not from here, and dissing on our residents, longtime residents, many of them black. That's the chaos, and they ignore that part of the chaos, and they just go to this part of the chaos.
Well, of course they're going to ignore it, but the point is to say no, exactly what you're saying, but in a much more spectacular fashion. It can't just be a couple of voices. The chaos. Do you remember when there were hundreds of people sleeping in police precincts on the sidewalks at O'Hare Airport? That's the definition of chaos. The disorder that is everywhere around you. But there's just like no opposition force that is making the case as consistently as need be, other than a couple of outlets like the two that we represent.
Yeah, and the other part is this disruption. So there's two sides to it. One is the Democrats are talking about the disruption that Trump is going to create. And, and this is the point I was trying to make is like, and in the meantime, the Tribune and WTTW and all these guys ignore all the horrific policies that we have, that we control, that have nothing to do with Trump, right? Like our kids can't read in all our schools. I mean, Trump can try to do something about that, but he's at the federal level and he wants to kill the Department of Education anyway. This is an Illinois thing, and either we fix our state or we don't. And it's the same thing on murders, right? We have the 13th year in a row of the most murders in the country. Trump can't fix that. We have to fix that. So there's a whole bunch of policies on property taxes, highest in the nation. What's Trump going to do? Come fix that? And so the Republicans who are gung-ho for Trump, and yes, damn it, Trump's going to do all kinds of big things at the federal level that will help Illinois. But we're like 50th in so many things that we'll still be 50th because everybody else gets the benefit of those federal changes. We need to fix what the hell is going on here because it's pathetic. And to hear Pritzker yesterday say what did he say? He said Trump doesn't care about Americans and he's not doing anything he doesn't care about ordinary Americans. I'd say Pritzker, look at the ordinary Illinoisans and see how they're doing under your policies. It's horrific relative to the rest of the state, rest of the country, and to the great states in like Florida and Tennessee and Texas and everywhere else.
Ted Dabrowski, President of WirePoints, wirepoints.org, all things Illinois policy related. Thanks, Ted.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, and he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
Connect with Dan and Amy on the AM 560 The Answer mobile app. Just text the word app to 64636 to download the app today.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-839-8484. 800-839-8484. 800-839-8484.
My name is Dr. Joe Mealy. I've been a dentist for 56 years, and I'm a certified nutritional consultant. I started taking Balance of Nature 15 years ago. I think most people think when they eat fruits and vegetables, this is their idea of fruits and vegetables. I had an apple today. I had a pear today. I had a banana. That's their fruits and vegetables. They don't understand that each one of those fruits and vegetables has different nutrients than the others. Balance of Nature has made a significant difference in my life, in my wife's life. I feel we're on this earth to help each other, and if other people can benefit from my experience, I think that would be one of the best ways I could justify still being here at 81.
Go to balanceofnature.com and get 35% off your first preferred set with free shipping as a new preferred customer by using discount code CHICAGO.
Are you heading into the new year with that same old joint pain? Get moving again in 2025 with help from our very good friends at QC Kinetics. You know, everybody's doing it, including Joe Rogan, who recently mentioned his positive results from regenerative medicine on his podcast. Revitalize your joints with advanced orthobiologic treatments at QC Kinetics. No steroids, no drugs, no surgery, no downtime. This is the future of medicine using an array of natural solutions like PRP to attack the pain from arthritis. Want to learn more about how you can refresh your joints, get lasting relief with these amazing treatments? Call QC Kinetics. The consultation is free with Saturday appointments available. Deal with that joint pain now so you can make the most of the new year. Call 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. Again, 312-809-5955.
This is Sean Thompson. When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have somebody else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement, but you don't have a plan customized to your goals, It's like kind of taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in the suitcase. Sounds like a stressful way to begin what should be a relaxing time. Tom Fortino at Alpha Wealth Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to reduce future taxes, address Social Security and health care, and a whole lot more, all with a clear, defined income strategy. Call the Alpha Wealth Group at 630-934-1855. Ask for the complimentary retirement plan. That's 630-934-1855 or online at alphawealthgroup.com. And listen to the Alpha Wealth Hour Saturday mornings at 9 a.m. right here on AM 560.
Advisory services through Retirement Wealth Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through Alpha Wealth Group, licensed in Illinois.
AM 560, The Answer.
All right, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
At 8:08, we'll get more color on what exactly CPD, Chicago Police, will do when ICE and company come to town. Former, now retired, Chicago Police Lieutenant John Garrido joins us to discuss at 8:08.
And I don't know if you played this, but Mayor Johnson saying that illegal immigrants are now indigenous people and they need to take their land back. Yeah, it happened. But now let's head into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
Dangerous cold continues to hit the Chicago area. The Bears are hiring Ben Johnson as their new head coach. We're awaiting official confirmation of that breaking and developing story. A home damaged by an explosion in Bolingbrook. 2 Chicago area women are killed in an Urbana hit and run. The Bulls take over in the third quarter for a win. Blackhawks lose in overtime. And the Illini move up in the coaches poll. WIND Chicago News Time, 8.
Day one lawsuits. I'm Chris Foster, Fox News. President Trump signed dozens of executive orders and actions after taking office again yesterday, including pardons for everyone charged with Capitol riot crimes and several related to border security and immigration.
Hours after President Trump signed an executive order aimed at ending birthright citizenship for children born in the U.S. to parents who are not in the country legally, the American Civil Liberties Union filed a lawsuit challenging it. The suit was filed in New Hampshire on behalf of a couple who arrived in the U.S. in 2023 and are awaiting a decision on their asylum claim and expecting a child soon. The president's order contradicts the 14th Amendment of the Constitution, which states, quote, all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to jurisdictions thereof are citizens of the United States. Tanya J. Powers, Fox News.
The president's schedule for his first full day back in office includes national prayer service this morning at Washington National Cathedral, and his cabinet's coming together.
Marco Rubio is the first cabinet secretary to be approved, and he breezed through with the Senate voting unanimously to confirm him as Secretary of State. Several of Trump's nominees were also voted out of their respective committees. The Senate Intelligence Committee voted 14-3 to approve John Ratcliffe as CIA Director, and Defense Secretary nominee Pete Hegseth also moved forward. The Senate Homeland Security Committee advanced the nominations of Kristi Noem and Russell Vought, Trump's choices to head the Department of Homeland Security and Office of Management and Budget.
Fox's Madeline Rivera. 2 Americans are released from custody in Afghanistan in exchange for an Afghan serving a life sentence in California on drug trafficking and terrorism charges. At least 66 people have been killed in a fire at a ski resort hotel in Turkey. At least 6 Palestinians are reported to have been killed, with 35 wounded in a large Israeli military operation in the West Bank city of Jenin. America's listening to Fox News.
Eight below zero. And sunshine at 8:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. Northern Illinois, in fact, much of the Midwest, continues in the deep freeze this morning. In fact, even in St. Louis this morning, it is 2 below zero. Cold weather advisory is in effect throughout the region. Numerous schools are closed or switching to e-learning. Make sure you check your phone or email for any alerts, or your school's website for updated information. In the city of Chicago, warming centers are open. Local shelters include the Inglewood Community Service Center on West 79th and the King Community Service Center on South Cottage Grove. Several throughout the suburbs are open as well. 2 Chicago area women are dead following a hit-and-run crash in Urbana. Police say an SUV slammed into a Honda Civic stopped at the intersection of University and Kohler Avenue Sunday. 5 were hospitalized. Catherine Abraham of Glenview died not long after the crash, while Chloe Polson of Deerfield was pronounced dead yesterday. The driver of that SUV has ran off and remains on the loose. Former President Joe Biden issuing a number of pardons Monday before leaving the White House, including for his own family. However, former Congressman Jesse Jackson Jr. did not receive one. The Chicago resident was highly critical of the Biden administration for continuing the, quote, felonization, end quote, of Americans who have served their sentences. Bears have a new head coach, apparently, deal being finalized to give Ben Johnson the job. Bulls beat the Clippers 112-99. Blackhawks lost to Carolina 4-3. The news is a service of Turnkey.pro. Start the new year right with Turnkey's all-in package. Receive unlimited help desk support, firewall router, unlimited backup and recovery, and antivirus protection, plus new hardware for one low monthly investment. Visit Turnkey.pro, Turnkey.pro. AM 560 news time is 8:04. Time for the AM 560 Business Beat, a service of Signature Bank. Visit signaturebank.bank for all your commercial banking needs. Now, the latest from the Fox Business Network.
I'm Taylor Riggs, and this is the Fox Business Report.
D.R. Horton shares are higher. The home builder just reported upbeat earnings for the recent quarter, even though net sales orders declined. Samsung Electronics is looking into moving some manufacturing of home appliances from plants in Mexico to the U.S. Reports in South Korea, where Samsung is based, say the move's in response to possible 25% tariffs on imports from Canada and Mexico to the U.S. 3M's chief executive Bill Brown says that company is watching the impact of proposed Trump tariffs very carefully. Brown says 3M exports much more than it imports. However, roughly half of those imports come from Mexico and Canada, countries that are threatened with steep tariffs as soon as February. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Jenny Cosola, invested in you.
It's a new year, and any day now, you'll see that credit card bill for all the Christmas shopping you did. It sure would be nice to start the new year with some new cash, wouldn't it? Well, AM 560 wants to make that happen by giving you the chance to win $2,025 to start 2025. Enter for your chance to win at 560theanswer.com/cash. That's 560theanswer.com/cash.
Are you heading into the new year with that same old joint pain? Get moving again in 2025 with help from our very good friends at QC Kinetics. You know, everybody's doing it, including Joe Rogan, who recently mentioned his positive results from regenerative medicine on his podcast. Revitalize your joints with advanced orthobiologic treatments at QC Kinetics. No steroids, no drugs, no surgery, no downtime. This is the future of medicine, using an array of natural solutions like PRP to attack the pain from arthritis. Want to learn more about how you can refresh your joints, get lasting relief with these amazing treatments? Call QC Kinetics. The consultation is free with Saturday appointments available. Deal with that joint pain now so you can make the most of the new year. Call 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. Again, 312-809-5955.
A large retail store just canceled a huge order, leaving MyPillow with a ton of extra MyPillows. But you know what? That's their loss and your gain. For the first time ever, you'll get a standard classic MyPillow for wholesale prices, only $14.88. But it gets even better. For a limited time, they're going to offer their entire classic collection at wholesale prices. Get queen-size MyPillows for just $18.88. Upgrade to king size for only $1 more. Get the body pillows for $29.88 and multi-use MyPillows for only $9.88. So go to MyPillow.com and use promo code LIBERTY or call 800-489-0201 to take advantage of wholesale pricing for the first time ever and receive free shipping on orders over $75. That's right. Get the standard MyPillow for only $14.88. They have never been offered this low before. There are limited quantities at this price, so the limit is going to be 10, and once they're gone, they're gone. So go to MyPillow.com or call 800-489-0201 and use promo code LIBERTY to get the standard MyPillow for only $14.88, the lowest price ever.
You've likely heard about Relief Factor and how so many people enjoy a better, more pain-free life because of it. If you're dealing with everyday pain, it makes sense you'd want to try it first. Well, Relief Factor makes that pretty pain-free too, with their 3-week quick start for just $19.95. An easy, affordable way to see how it could literally change your life. Relief Factor is a daily supplement that fights pain naturally, developed by doctors. Relief Factor doesn't just mask pain temporarily, it helps reduce or eliminate pain. In fact, the longer you take it, the more effective it is. Trying it couldn't be easier with their 3-week quick start for only $19.95. That's less than $1 a day, and it just takes a phone call. 1-800-4-RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF. Wherever you're having pain, every day you feel better is a day you live better. Try Relief Factor's 3-week quick start today. Visit ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF.
It is 8:09. Let's get an update on the roads. We do that in the Team Hochberg Traffic Center, a service of Low T Center. If you're not feeling the same energy anymore, testosterone therapy or TRT may be the answer. Low T Center brings over a decade of experience, so go to lowtcenter.com to book your appointment, lowtcenter.com. Kennedy inbound has an accident, center lane block on the west end between I-190 and Cumberland, 50 minutes in to the Burns Circle interchange this morning. Checking the Dan Ryan, 20 minutes in, 95th into the Circle. They've cleared an accident on DuSable Lakeshore Drive northbound just after 31st. However, you have solid traffic and big delays between Bryn Mawr and Hollywood on the northbound side. Veterans Memorial Toll, I-355 northbound, an accident at 63rd that is backing up all the way to 75th. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next. Now your official Chicagoland weather forecast. Sunshine and bitter cold today. A high near 4. Right now, 8 below with a wind chill of minus 26. Your next news at 8:30. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. The body count associated with open borders continues to stack up. Border Patrol agent in Vermont is dead after being shot in the neck by an illegal immigrant who, according to sources, was a visa overstay. The Border Patrol agent was conducting a traffic stop in Vermont when he was shot in the neck and killed. The shooter, man who murdered the agent, also reportedly dead. And a woman was injured in the altercation. Her status and condition were not known last I checked. These are people that are, so why is a Border Patrol agent in Vermont? Because we have a northern border. And agents telling reporters that they anticipated some of the people here illegally, particularly those who have committed crimes, would try to escape north to Justin Trudeau land. Or maybe Midwest to BLM Brandon and Jelly Belly Pritzker land, where they would also find safe haven. And the conversation, do you want to have the conversation about compassion for all of the people who have been murdered or otherwise victimized, all preventable crimes, as we discuss? Do you want to have that conversation in Chicago and Illinois? Do you want to ask your neighbor you know to be an Open Borders, BLM Brandon, Jelly Belly supporter, one or both, about the Laken Riley Act and why 12 Dem socialist senators in the Senate could bring themselves to vote for that act to deport people who are convicted of sex-related crimes. But your two Illinois Dem Socialist senators, Duckworth and Durbin, could not bring themselves to vote for the Laken Riley Act, nor could any member of your any Dem member of your Illinois congressional delegation. Who's ready to have that conversation? Making the arguments, exposing the phony empathy that is much discussed by these politicians and very infrequently practiced. BLM Brandon, just like Jelly Belly yesterday, doubling down on sanctuary status.
Oh, yeah. He was saying that illegal immigrants are now indigenous people. Didn't you know that this land is their land, not our land? What?
Now, what I do find interesting is that when 30,000 Ukrainians sought asylum here in the city of Chicago, nobody said a mumbling word. But all of a sudden, indigenous people who are trying to get to a land that was robbed from them through colonization, they want me as a black man to be mad at them? You gotta.
He said those remarks yesterday at an MLK Jr. event.
Uh-huh. Mm. I mean, it's so ahistorical, it's so ignorant that I can't even bring myself to generate the energy to address it. It's sort of like blaming Richard Nixon for violent crime in Chicago in 2024 and 2025, which BLM Brandon also does. But this is who we've chosen. What's CPD going to do? You know, I got to think that Chicago police certainly know the stories, the horrific stories locally and nationally, all the crimes that have been committed. Now the story about a Border Patrol agent, so a fellow law enforcement officer being murdered in the line of duty, something that they face on a daily basis. I'm talking about Chicago police officers. They want to throw in with law enforcement, federal, or you want to throw in with BLM Brandon and Jelly Belly? How's that going to go when the feds come to town? Because they're coming.
The officers that I know can't wait for certain illegals to be kicked out, especially the one who broke a police officer's finger. Remember that? He was staying at the Elston shelter near Belmont and didn't want to listen to police and just grabbed her hand and broke her finger. And then what did they do? He was out on no cash bond, so he was out on the street. He didn't zero jail time, and then never showed up for his hearing.
What they want to do, what they want to see happen versus what they're going to do. That's the question I'd like an answer to. John Garrido, former Chicago police lieutenant in the 16th District, president of the Garrido Stray Rescue Foundation as well, GarridoStrayRescue.org, GarridoStrayRescue.org. John, thanks for joining us again. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me. Boy, the most racist mayor in the country, I love how he wants to keep using the Ukrainian example because he's trying to say basically that a bunch of white people came in and it was no big deal. But now that it's brown people, it is a big deal. But the difference is those people were coming from an actual war, and they didn't walk across the border. They were flown in, and we knew exactly who each and every single one of them were, compared to now where they're just walking across the border. We have no idea who they are, where they're coming from.
Yeah, but the Ukrainians didn't take over police stations, and they're not begging on every street corner in the city of Chicago with their little children as props.
Correct.
Well, yes, there is an asylum program, so that's legal immigration. They had family sponsors.
Right.
I mean, it's
completely different, but he wants to conflate everything so that way he can make himself. He can't do a speech without bringing up race.
Right. We have to, the Venezuelans whose land we stole to create the United States. What are you talking about? It doesn't really matter what he's talking about.
Unless they came from Greenland, I don't know what they're complaining about.
Right. So what is Chicago police? I know Chicago police were reminded that they're not allowed to consort with federal law enforcement. What's actually going to happen between Chicago police and federal law enforcement?
So you said it basically. It's what they'd like to happen and what officers would love to happen compared to what actually will happen. The problem is we have a state law and a city ordinance that prohibit police officers from cooperating in any way, shape, or form with ICE. And they updated the city policy basically. And before, if let's say ICE came in and they were going to do a raid, and they called and said, hey, we need some officers to assist us on the raid. Well, the old policy was a sergeant would go out and meet them and politely tell them, no, we're not going to assist. Now a sergeant and a lieutenant or above, a lieutenant or a street deputy, have to both respond out there and still tell them politely, no, we're not going to assist. And the problem with the way these are set up is that if any officer does violate it and does assist, they're going to try to make an example out of them and fire them. Mm-hmm. They'd be basically violating state law or the city ordinance in addition to Department policy, and assisting some ICE officers on a raid would be, I'm sure they would consider an egregious violation, and what that would put the officers through. Even if they're able to somehow appeal it down the road and get their jobs back, all the stuff they would go through, I just really don't see any officers getting involved in that way. Now, I'm pretty sure that they're not going to use officers, let's say, pick any migrant shelter that they have set up right now. They're not going to line officers up right there and, create a barrier, because that would be in violation of federal law, I would think.
The Cook County Sheriff and the Cook County Prison, one of the things Tom Homan has said is, just generally, nationally, but particularly to sanctuary cities, just let us into your prisons. Let us into your prisons, and we can pick up people in this country illegally who are in your prison, so they're obviously a public safety threat. Is that something that you expect Tom Dart to potentially okay? Or maybe
No.
Ro Khan. I don't know if Ro Khan's in charge of that too.
I'm sure they won't, because they basically painted themselves into a corner and they're stuck on stupid, right? They were probably hoping that they could just make it to November and then they wouldn't have to deal with this anymore, but they didn't. So they can't cooperate in any way, shape, or form, because then it would make this new regime look good. Because let's face it, I think what's the last poll that came out? More than 60 or 70% of the people actually agree that they should, that at least those that came in within the last 4 years, the 8 million that came in, should go. But there's like 80% that believe the criminals, the ones that actually commit crimes, should absolutely go. So they're not going to open up.
And the 20% who don't are all elected officials in Chicago and Illinois.
Correct.
It's
Correct.
astounding.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, that's it. That's it exactly. And when Holman was here, just to your point, exactly what he said is, if you don't let them do that, because it'd be super easy for Tom Dart to have his people say, all right, we have one, this is an illegal, because going to know, or at least ICE is going to know when they're in custody, and just let us know when you're done with them, and then we'll come and pick them up. Well, when you don't do that and you release them back into the community, now they have to go out and look for them. And he's going to send enough people. He's going to do it. He's going to send enough ICE officers to come here and go out in the community and do that. But what his one point is that they're going to look for that one person that they're going after. But if that person is found with 5 or 10 others that happen to have been here for a long time, that are working, that are the good people that we want to try to protect and whatnot, whatever your position is on it, they're all going. He's not going to tell them just cherry pick and take the one. If they find people that are here illegally, they're going to take everybody. So do it in the safety of the jail instead of sending them into the community.
Well, exactly, the safety of the jail. And I'm also talking about that from the officer's perspective. Now they have to go bust down a door or pull somebody over, a dangerous situation, as we know, as we just saw again yesterday with that Border Patrol agent murdered in Vermont. And it's like, when do we hear more voices about this? You're purposely, don't give me all this nonsense about how you've got the backs and we're going to give the Border Patrol the resources and we support federal law enforcement and blah, blah, blah. You are unnecessarily putting them in harm's way. You are unnecessarily putting law-abiding residents of Chicago and Illinois in harm's way. Where's Kent and Zara? Where are other voices? Even brass breaking ranks. I'm not going to violate the law, but at least I'm going to speak out and tell you what I know to be true as a law enforcement professional. I mean, look, we should have people. This is a project for everybody. Talk to your village board member, your mayor, your county sheriff, your county DA, your county board chairman, all the members of your county board. Put them on the spot. Are you backing this play or not? Let's figure out who's on which side. How about that?
that. They want to create chaos. They want this. They want to have people afraid to go to work, and so they can have the stories on the news. How somehow Holman is the big bad man that's coming in to scare everybody. Instead of putting them at ease and saying, listen. They want the criminals. They want the ones that committed the crimes. We're going to work with them. We're going to keep them out of the communities. We're going to, do what we can to keep them. They won't have to do quote unquote raids. Work with them, and if you work with them, but they don't want that. They want the chaos. They're hoping, which is terrible. They're hoping for some chaotic situation to happen where they look like the victims. It's frustrating.
It really is. I mean, this needs to be like the Howard Beale moment, the call to action. All local officials, don't just put this on Brandon Johnson and J.B. Pritzker. Everybody listening has, lives in, if you're in the city, that's one thing, but you still have an alderhuman. You also, but in the suburbs and around the state, mayors, board members, county officials, everybody should have to put themselves on one side of the dotted line or the other. Let's figure out who is where. There's a project. Maybe I'll start it. John Garrido, former Chicago police lieutenant in the 16th district, president of the Garrido Stray Rescue Foundation as well. If you're looking for a best friend like I got.
Yes, he's your Yenta. He hooked you and Hayek up.
GarridoStrayRescue.org. GarridoStrayRescue.org. Hayek's getting fat. And
is he
can't
really?
Figure out how to.
Is it a glandular problem?
No.
Can I throw glandular problem. Can I throw out one thing really quick? I'm doing the Aon Step Up for Kids, and it's a group of police officers that are going to be joining in this, and we're going up 80 floors of the Aon building, February, the first weekend of February or something. So just wanted to throw that out there.
You're doing it?
Yes, I do it every year. I say I'm not going to do it, and then I don't train for it, and then I try to start walking or doing something a week before. I do it cold turkey. I have to watch the firefighters as they show off with all their gear on, run up the stairs past me to 80 floors. I'm usually near death when I do it, but I do. It's a good cause.
Your lungs. Yes.
Garrido, you'll be able to pick out Garrido. He'll be the one with the oxygen tank trying to climb 80
I'll have the fireman calling me out, carrying me up the stairs.
Yeah, exactly. All right. So where do people?
John, sorry.
Where do people get information about that event?
They can go to my Facebook page, John Garrido. Just it's public. I'll have it posted there. They can check it out. John Garrido on Facebook.
And John, before we let you go, since you did, hook up Dan with Hayek at GarridoStrayRescue.org. What he said Hayek's getting fat, so what do you recommend?
Do they have like dog Ozempic or something?
Yeah, cut back on the treats, and reduce his meals a little bit. Or here's what you do. Exercise is a good thing, but even if you don't want to do that, take what his food is. Like if you're giving him a cup in the morning and a cup at night, take a portion of his kibble and use that as treats throughout the day. So then he's still getting the same amount of food. You're not giving him anything.
Then he's gnawing on my arm at night. I don't know. All right. Thanks, John. John, thanks as always. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, and he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
Hear about the big stories of the day, then talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Wow. Are you buying or are you selling? As this is being written, silver is up more than 50% in just the past 8 months. And gold is the highest it's ever been. Whether you are just getting into the metals, want to roll your IRA into silver or gold, or want to take some profits off the table, Fox Valley Coins is ready, willing, and able to help. Even though Fox Valley Coins is a national dealer, they're family-owned and in your own backyard. Fox Valley Coins in Naperville almost always has the product you want in stock and pretty much always has the best pricing when you buy or sell. Buying or selling is easy. Bring your items in. We'll establish the price and pay you cash or check on the spot. Why wait to move your assets around? Did you know that Fox Valley Coins has sold over 3,000 1-ounce silver Donald Trump coins? We have several designs, but they're going fast. Fox Valley Coins on Route 59 in Naperville. Family-owned integrity since 1981.
All right. Are you heading into the new year with that same old joint pain? Don't live like that. If you have pain in your knees, hips, back, or shoulder, make the decision now to say no, you're not going to put up with it anymore. Get moving again in 2025 with help from our good friends over there at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in regenerative medicine and joint preservation. They're right here in the Chicago area under the leadership of Medical Director Dr. Ashley Caravelli. Yes, you can revitalize your joints with advanced orthobiologic treatments at QC Kinetics. No steroids, no drugs, no surgery, no downtime. Folks, this is the future of medicine, using an array of natural solutions like PRP to attack pain from arthritis or from an injury. So many of our neighbors have discovered these cellular treatments, including Joe Rogan, who recently mentioned his positive results with regenerative medicine. Live life again. Take charge. And if you want to learn more about how you can refresh your joints and get lasting relief with these amazing treatments, call QC Kinetics for a free consultation. Yes, it's free. They'll walk you through the process, explain how it works, and they will let you know if you're a good candidate to receive regenerative medicine. They even have appointments on Saturdays. Deal with joint pain no longer. Call this number, 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955.
Is your child getting the personalized attention they need to excel in math? Mathnasium has a solution for students of all skill levels. Each child's strengths and weaknesses, creating a customized learning plan. If you have kids in school, you're probably starting to see how they're doing in math. Could it be better? Consider an individual assessment with Mathnasium. They'll pinpoint what your child needs to excel, then give them live, face-to-face instruction, either in-center or online, so they can catch up and get ahead. At Mathnasium, math is taught in a way that makes sense to students, so they understand it, master it, and enjoy it. Over 1 million parents have already trusted Mathnasium to give their children an edge in math. The Mathnasium method gives them the critical thinking skills they need to thrive, with the option to attend face-to-face online sessions or come to one of our 1,000 neighborhood learning centers. Mathnasium is changing lives through math. Learn more at mathnasium.com. That's mathnasium.com.
Balance of Nature supplements, changing the world, one life at a time.
You know, I'm 80 years old, I'm a veteran, and the reds and the greens, I really appreciate the vegan capsules from Balance of Nature. So I can definitely tell you it's all 100% positive. It really, really works.
I love the fiber and spice. I'm getting started back on the fruits and vegetables, but the fiber and spice, it's the best fiber I've ever taken in the last 20 years.
It's the best gift I've ever given myself. I just feel better. I swear it's due to Balance of Nature.
I am really, really happy with the product and couldn't say more to advise people to buy them.
Start your journey with Balance of Nature supplements. Go to balanceofnature.com and get 35% off your first preferred set with free shipping as a new preferred customer by using discount code CHICAGO.
There is a place in northern Illinois that people have come from all around the globe seeking treasure.
It's amazing. I didn't know what to expect, but when I got there, I was surrounded by all kinds of gold and silver.
An actual place where you're surrounded by treasure?
I've known that gold and silver were a good investment, but I really didn't want to buy it through the mail. At Fox Valley Coins, I basically walked in, picked out what I wanted, paid cash, and walked out with gold and silver.
Walk in with paper and walk out with actual gold and silver bars. For decades, Fox Valley Coins has traded paper dollars for actual gold and silver. They buy and sell. The treasure map is available at foxvalleycoins.com. They are on Route 59, 1 light north of I-88 in Naperville, Illinois. Again, for info and the map, seek foxvalleycoins.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
All right, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
At 8:38, the latest installment of Why Dan Proft is Single, and no, it's not just because I have to take care of a fat dog. It's 8:38.
Okay. And I want to talk fashion. Can we pretend that you're a Rivers? You're Joan Rivers, and she's still alive, and we can talk about Melania's outfit and Usha Vance's outfit? Okay, it's a hard pass. It's a hard no. But now let's head into the newsroom. Here's Mike Scott.
8:32, 8 below zero, clear skies. Turkey's Interior Ministry says a fire that broke out at a hotel at a popular ski resort has killed 66, 51 others injured. Several died from jumping from that building. Israel's top general has resigned, citing security and intelligence failures. related to the Hamas surprise attack that triggered the war in the Gaza Strip. Lieutenant General Herzi Halevi is the most senior Israeli figure to quit. Newly confirmed Secretary of State Marco Rubio just moments ago saying the fighting in Ukraine has to end. But he tells the Today Show that wars don't stop because of public pronouncements.
To end with hard, vibrant diplomacy that the U.S. seeks to engage in the hopes of bringing an end to this conflict that's sustainable in a way that assures the security of Ukraine and our partners in the region, but that stops the killing and the dying and the destruction that we've been seeing for quite a while now.
Rubio says for it to work and not lead to war in another few years, all sides will have to give. President Trump and Vice President Vance will attend this morning's National Prayer Service. It's been held the day after the inauguration since 1933. A possible historic snowstorm impacting the South. Governors of Texas, Louisiana, Georgia, Alabama, Florida, and Mississippi have all this morning declared states of emergency. TxDOT has been working for days to try to de-ice the roads.
We started treating our overpasses on Saturday, and we had a lot of our crews out on Sunday.
Spokeswoman Laura Lopez, the storm is expected to bring snow and ice and freezing rain to as far south as New Orleans. A shooting during a traffic stop near the Canadian border in Vermont has left a Border Patrol agent dead. Authorities say one of the suspects is also dead. The FBI is working with the Border Patrol and Vermont State Police to investigate. Here in northern Illinois and in the Midwest, we're still in the deep freeze, wind chills going down as low as 29 below this morning. Warming centers are open in the city and in the suburbs. And a reminder here to check your flights and Amtrak tickets. There have been several preemptive closures and cancellations due to the extreme cold. Bears have their new head coach, Ben Johnson, finalizing a deal to be the Bears' new head man, reportedly also bringing along former New Orleans head coach Dennis Allen in as defensive coordinator. Bulls beat the Clippers, Blackhawks lost to Carolina, and the Fighting Illini jump in yesterday's college basketball poll to number 17. The news, a service of Balance of Nature, fruits and veggies in a capsule. Save 35% off your first preferred order with promo code Chicago. Order online at balanceofnature.com. Use that coupon code. Hurry, offer ends soon. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
It's a new year, and any day now, you'll see that credit card bill for all the Christmas shopping you did. It sure would be nice to start the new year with some new cash, wouldn't it? Well, AM 560 wants to make that happen by giving you the chance to win $2,025 to start 2025. Enter for your chance to win at 560theanswer.com/cash. That's 560theanswer.com/cash.
When I hear realtors boast about servicing a 3-county area or selling a home every 15 minutes, I think, what level of service could their clients possibly be getting? This is Chris Jacobs with Century 21 affiliated in Inverness, and my message is a little bit different. If being a realtor for more than 20 years has taught me one thing, it's that all real estate is local. While I can't say I'm the #1 realtor in the country, I can tell you that over the past 10 years, I've sold more homes in Inverness than anyone else. My team specializes in Inverness, Palatine, and Arlington Heights. We pride ourselves on providing our clients exceptional customer service and local market knowledge. So if you're selling your home or looking to purchase a property in our area, then call me, Chris Jacobs, at 847-401-4859. That's 847-401-4859. Or visit us at chrisjacobshomes.com.
Each office independently owned and operated, an equal housing opportunity.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6745. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6745. That's 800-575-6745. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Jeff Tishlar, author of High Tech versus the Highest Tech, has shared his knowledge of the spectacular things that we see in nature as opposed to what man has created, and how this should inform one's faith. Jeff served on the mission field all over the world and has created this highly illustrated and concisely written technical book. The easy-to-read format is understood from the youngest reader to the most intelligent and mature readers. Google and Amazon book reviews include, "This is the best little book I have ever read. It is amazing how much information is in this book." And a beautifully written and illustrated book. The author has a gift for describing complicated technical details in a very understandable style. This book is available now in paperback on Amazon. Search High Tech versus the Highest Tech by Jeff Tishlar. 100% of proceeds go to missions. That's High Tech vs. the Highest Tech by Jeff Tishlar.
This hourly segment brought to you by Unleash Your Wealth with Raj Shah and Rick Borick this Saturday at 7 a.m. and 2 p.m. Learn more at scwealthadvisors.com.
8:39 Team Hochberg Traffic Center time. And this update is a service of Straight Talk Wireless. Don't let data limits hold you back. Switch to Straight Talk Wireless and get unlimited data on a reliable 5G network. Straight Talk. Available at Walmart or straighttalk.com. The Kennedy at 40 minutes inbound, O'Hare into the Burns Circle interchange. Delays on DuSable Lakeshore Drive northbound. You'll hit the brakes as you head north at Bryn Mawr all the way up to Hollywood. Tri-State, an accident. 2 left lanes blocked northbound between Central and Sanders. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next. AM 560 Weather Center forecast. Sunshine, but bitterly cold today. A high near 4 above. Cold with increasing clouds overnight. A low of 2 above. Cloudy, breezy, not as cold tomorrow. Few flurries. High 26. Currently, it is 9 below officially at O'Hare, 3 below along Chicago's lakefront. Wind chills at 26 below. Your next news update is at 9, and Chicago's Morning Answer continues next on AM 560 The Answer.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios.
Time now for another reason why Dan Proft is single.
Oh, yeah. Bring it in, ladies. Uh-oh, is this emotional?
On this installment of Why Dan Proft is Single, yes, I'm referring to myself in the third person. Yeah. Meet Camille. Camille is the wife who makes her husband pay her a monthly $206 woman tax because females, quote, have a harder time. 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. Please call in if you have a Camille in your life. Her husband pays
yes, walk me through this, please. Her husband.
A woman tax, quote unquote. $206 every month. Quote, according to Camille, or Camellia, I guess. Camellia.
Get her name right, Dan.
Uh-huh.
I don't want her calling into the station.
Quote, the tax is to compensate me for the fact that I have to have a period every single month. Have 2 brutal pregnancies where I vomited most days, and then I had 2 C-sections. The last thing, that alone is enough, even before you get to the cash. Just if you see Camellia, New York Post reporting the story, and then you have to be treated to her language that evokes periods and C-sections. Well,
what I say is $206, that's not enough. She
Not
should
enough.
be charging more. She had to go through all that. Had 2 kids cut out of the sunroof. We call her. Came out through the sunroof.
Oh God.
Well,
that's
that's
disgusting.
Oh, I know, and you should see it too. It looks like a horror film. I had my C-section recorded, via video, and that was one of the last ones because of medical malpractice. But honest to God, it looks like a horror film. Ugh, I know. I'm even grossed out, and I had it done to me twice.
Well, before you even get to the women tax, why Dan Proft is single is because I don't want to talk about C-sections.
It's like the word moist. What words are you like? Is it moist or clammy?
Moist is definitely
gross.
on the list.
Ugh.
Yeah.
You made me hate that word too.
It's
Now we're bringing that up.
Right above scab.
Oh, 312.
Yeah.
642-5600. Do you think $206 every month is enough? I mean, if you're gonna charge a tax to your husband, honey, you might want to like $500, $1,000. I mean,
You like the idea of a woman tax because women have it harder than men. Now, Camellia alleges,
yes,
and I'm saying allege, that her husband came up with the idea, and he pays for my mani and pedi twice a month. That's what the $206 is for a monthly manicure and pedicure, and it was his idea.
All right. Well, being a woman is expensive. I mean, you have mani, pedis, waxings, eyelashes, highlighting hair, cutting hair, possibly hair extensions, your cell phone bill. I mean, it goes on. And the gym because you want to stay in shape. And then the facials because you want to look young. Oh, don't forget the Botox. And then the eyebrows. I mean, that's just your average lady right there. All right, stop.
I tried. I held it in through the C-sections and the periods, and then you had to go to waxings and all this stuff. Oh.
Women are expensive.
Camellia said, I cannot explain how happy getting a mani and pedi makes me, and it really does make up for that week of bleeding.
Okay. Guys, you're never gonna get married if you continue on with this story.
Well, why does she have to talk like that?
Because it's
women
true.
honestly have such a hard time. Men should be paying a woman tax. Is that right? 312-642-5600 turnkey.parental. I mean, I'm all for the idea of the chivalry that, you cover meals and you pay for this and you pay for that. But just this idea of a woman tax and this whole sort of women have it harder than men in graphic ways that have to be discussed.
God chose us to have the children because I don't think you guys could tolerate the pain.
Yeah, I've heard that one. Mm-hmm. By the way, news is out that women have the babies. I got that.
Well, not according to the Democratic Party. They believe men can have children.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Dave and Niles, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Great program. Good morning. Crude is out. There's 2 genders, male and female. On the male side is a subset called guys. Guys don't need crude like those commercials for women deodorant. I'm an OBGYN. You could put this in your butt crack. It lasts 72 hours. Crude is out, man. I mean, there are people that just can't get the message. And then guys, we move on.
Yeah, I completely agree. Thanks for the call. Like I graphic scatological conversations are so unattractive. And I mean it's weird when guys do it too, by the way. I'm, being a feminist, true feminist. Like when guys talk about scatological functions when they offer a scatological function in front of a woman, like a burp or something else. It's all just can't people just keep it together? And I don't know. Just does everything need to be discussed in such detail? I'm not even talking about like a little mystery. I'm just like, I don't want to hear. And then you associate, the travails, and they require some sort of formal compensation scheme, compensatory scheme. I mean, what is this? And by the way, if her husband did come up with this, then he is a peahat. But I suspect he's just like, Manny and Petty monthly, fine. As long as you never talk about your bleeding and your C-sections again, I'll pay $5,000 a month.
Oh, lots of text messages. 312-642-5600. You can text us. Dan and Amy, not all women are like this. How about a man tax for having us put up with this crap?
Yeah, the whole thing is.
The nice play by the husband. He was paying for that stuff anyway. Now he gets credit, and it becomes a bargaining chip.
And then she goes on, and then who goes on social media and talks about this? It's all that's a whole nother layer of this too. And the women just everything has to be emoted on social media. Not all women, I get it. There are diamonds in the rough out there. There are needles in the haystacks. I got it. But I mean, it's so over the top. And, the younger you go, the worse it is. So, I don't know. It's disgusting.
I feel like you're never going to get married now.
So it's like I'm not even a party to this relationship, and I'm exhausted having to discuss it and disgusted by it. Joe in Arlington Heights.
Hey, good morning. This conversation reminds me of an old joke. Two guys are talking about their wives, and one guy says, "My wife's an angel," and the other guy says, "Oh, you're lucky. Mine's still alive."
Oh my!
Thanks for the call, Joe. That's right up there with this other story. I mean,
What other story?
I'm not endorsing this, but I'm just saying. Did you see this story? A 27-year-old dude invited his ex-girlfriend into his car.
This doesn't sound like it's going to end well.
Well, it didn't really for either one of them, but especially her. He was jealous, apparently, that she had like lunch with another dude. Okay. So he gets her in the car and he shoots her 6 times.
Oh my God, Dan.
Well, I'm not endorsing it. Just wait for it.
Okay.
So apparently, thankfully, she survived.
Oh, good. Okay.
He was asked by police why he shot his ex-girlfriend 6 times. And he said, because I ran out of bullets. It is not a joke.
Oh.
That is literally from the police report as reported by CWB Chicago.
Oh, this Chicago guy. Oh my God. Why didn't you shoot him more? Because I ran out of bullets.
That is offered without comment. I'm not endorsing that, obviously, and it's terrible that happened to that woman and all of those things. But blame Joe in Arlington Heights. He started it.
Dan and Amy, does Justin Trudeau talk about his period? Hey-o.
Well, exactly. All these peahats, man, too. I mean, I sympathize with the ladies, but I mean, you choose these peahat men. It's not on me.
Yeah, there's a lot of them walking around Chicago.
Ron on South Side.
Hey, Dan, man, you got to kind of cut this conversation, man. I had to listen to you all outside. I don't want my wife getting any ideas. Okay?
Exactly.
I'm on fixed income, and that cuts into my bourbon and cigar money. So y'all, let's talk about something else. Y'all have a
You're
good
right,
day.
yeah.
We
Sorry
can talk
about that.
Usha Vance and that beautiful outfit she wore yesterday, that pink
Thanks,
outfit.
Ron.
I want to know where she got those earrings.
Well, it's just the same thing, though. I mean,
She's
Ron
so
can't have
beautiful.
you can't have this on broadcast in houses because then it's gonna be like, well, why don't you get me a dress like Usha Vance and some earrings and this and that.
Gorgeous. And his kids yesterday were so adorable. They stole the show.
I
During
think
the inauguration parade, which took place indoors at Capital One Arena, but they were hysterical. His son was leaning over, then his son had his teddy bear, and they didn't know what they were doing. They're just hanging out with their parents. And
Yeah, the little girl's got like a nail biting problem or something, right?
Well,
She had those
no.
Band-Aids on.
She had her cute little Band-Aids on. Who knows why she had those on. but she was
Well,
adorable.
she was biting the one finger that didn't have a Band-Aid on. She
was
got
sucking
like
her thumb.
Well, she's got like a finger biting thing.
Well, I don't know about that, unless you
I
know
don't know.
something I do.
I don't
know.
either.
Maybe
I'm just
scraped her
surmising.
hand on the playground or something. Who knows? But she was adorable. Those kids, I can't wait for them to be the first family someday.
Yeah, they're fun.
Smart.
I don't want to hear about the pregnancies, though.
Oh God, I don't.
What goes on in the Vance household stays in the Vance household, but not Camilla. This is the problem. Rick in Downers Grove.
Hey, good morning. Good show. Hey, I'm 68, single, and couldn't be happier. And the thing is, like, these guys that have to, like I had a friend that, got married, made the mistake of getting married, had a kid, and they were in, and he had to videotape the birth of his child. And I'm like, what is wrong with you? I go, I don't have to be there. He goes, no, it's a beautiful thing. I go, wrong. It's not beautiful. I don't need to be there. I know what goes on. I'll just sit in the delivery room or the waiting room or whatever. But these guys that got to be around all that, there's something wrong with them.
Thanks for the call, Rick. I mean, maybe that's just, single, lonely guys commiserating. Maybe that's how this will be received. But I completely agree. I think we've talked about this before. I'm sure we have. Videotape, like a dude videotape.
I don't think they let them do that anymore because of medical malpractice. In Illinois, they don't, but they might in other states. But yeah, they used to. And then a lot of men would pass out when they saw the blood.
Even to be in the delivery room, I don't want to. I mean, this is like there are professionals that we're paying to do this.
No, you want to be in the room.
No, you don't.
You just got to make sure what side of the bed you're on. If you know.
I don't want to. No. I mean, look.
Okay, now we're talking you out of marriage and children.
No, no. Why do you have? You can't have children unless you're in the delivery room, even if you have no business being there.
No.
Can't you have Can't you have a doula or a midwife or something, surrogate for the guy? Yeah, but I mean, why would I have to be there theoretically?
You could choose not to be. I'm sure Mike Scott was there for all 4 of his children's birth. Nodding. Yes, he was there for all 4.
Well, fine. I guess Mike Scott is, well, and we already know Mike Scott's a better man than me. Whatever. I mean, I don't care. I'm fine. Just like, okay, that guy is a better man than me. I'm not doing that. Okay. And that's another reason why I'm single. There's a lot of reasons encapsulated into this segment about why I'm single. But I'm with Rick. It's just if that's the line that must be traversed, then I'm not crossing that line. I'm not crossing any of these lines that we discussed. I'm not doing it. So I guess I'm off the market, which, I'm sure there's, hardly tears being shed over that or hewing and crying going on. But I just, hey, just offering one man's opinion. That's it.
Okay.
Dan and Amy, Chicago's Morning Answer.
You're listening to Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing independently owned business bank, a bank where relationships still matter. Signature Bank knows your name and your story. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
I'm Scott Bartmus, co-founder of ESCO, a security and fire alarm services business, and a customer of Signature Bank. We work hard to give our customers peace of mind, so it's nice to know that while we have our customers' backs, partners like Signature Bank have ours. When COVID hit, there was a lot of uncertainty for many businesses, particularly surrounding the PPP loan program, with parameters and deadlines changing constantly. The executives from Signature Bank worked weekends alongside their staff, filling out and submitting applications to ensure they took care of us. That type of dedication is hard to find, but we found it with Signature Bank.
Signature Bank helps local businesses succeed. Want to learn how Signature Bank can help turn your business vision into reality? Call Signature Bank at 773-467-5600 or visit signaturebank.bank. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
All right, all across the country, states are embracing school choice and offering vouchers to families to send students to whichever school they want, including private schools. Unfortunately, lawmakers in Illinois have resisted this trend despite all the benefits of private education. Well, we have a solution if you want to send your child to a private school. It's called ChicagolandSchoolVouchers.com. It's simple. Just visit ChicagolandSchoolVouchers.com and tell us which private school you want to send your child to. Then we contact the school on your behalf and work to secure a voucher for half off the first year of tuition, typically saving thousands of dollars for families. The program only applies to new students who are not currently enrolled in the school. So if you've been considering sending your child to a private school and thought that it was financially out of reach, please go to ChicagolandSchoolVouchers.com to learn more and to start the process today. That's ChicagolandSchoolVouchers.com.
Balance of Nature supplements, changing the world one life at a time.
You know, I'm 80 years old. I'm a veteran, and the reds and the greens, I really appreciate the vegan capsules from Balance of Nature. So I can definitely tell you it's all 100% positive. It really, really works.
I love the fiber and spice. I'm getting started back on the fruits and vegetables, but the fiber and spice, it's the best fiber I've ever taken in the last 20 years.
It's the best gift I've ever given myself. I just feel better. I swear it's due to Balance of Nature.
I am really, really happy with the product and couldn't say more to advise people to buy them.
Start your journey with Balance of Nature supplements. Go to balanceofnature.com and get 35% off your first preferred set with free shipping as a new preferred customer by using discount code Chicago.
AM 560, The Answer.
You know, on that woman tax thing, just thinking about it, I mean, just advice. See, take it or leave it. I don't care. I'm just, rather than complaining about, oh, my life is so much harder because I'm a woman, women have it harder than men, all this, bitching, basically. If you're just pleasant, you'd probably get more support from your husband. He'd buy you more stuff that you want or whatever, rather than calling it a women's tax and complaining about life and, you know what I mean?
All right. Thanks for the advice, Dan.
Just sure.
Dan
my pleasure.
Family law practice.
Yes. My pleasure. How to keep a marriage together.
Yeah.
Never had one, but he never lost one.
That's right.
All right.
Those
Today,
who can't teach.
Yes. Plenty of sunshine, but cold. A high of just 4 degrees with sub-zero wind chills. It's now 9 a.m. WIND Chicago.
Stalking the cabinet. I'm Chris Foster. Fox News. Marco Rubio is sworn in as Secretary of State, the first Trump cabinet member